this one? Sometimes you wonder, these people I am inviting, are they going to come or they are not coming? So it is always a pleasure to be with people that you invited. When you invite someone and he or she comes, you feel actually joyful. And that's why I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who is here this morning for coming here in Musanze. This is Musanze, actually. For those who do not know the place, the district is Musanze, and of course the hotel is Classic. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this third annual conference of Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association. As you know, a broker has got a very crucial role in the development of a country as well as the growth of the industry in general. So that's why we are gathered here today, as the theme says, shaping the future, navigating the new frontier. So my opportunity this time is just to welcome everyone and actually to appreciate those who contributed to the success of this event, including but not limited to the sponsors we have. You can see we have so many sponsors here, and we have got speakers, different speakers, and without also forgetting the team that is behind this scene. Actually, they have been working tirelessly to make this happen. So without taking much time, I believe we will actually have good moments here. I can see some of you maybe have been sleeping maybe a lot because of the last night. I saw some people being awarded for their... how did we award those people? What did they do? Or is Alice? Or maybe JP? Oh, okay. That's the the male who was awarded yesterday, and I believe today we are going to have some other people to be awarded. So I hope we will enjoy discussions. We will enjoy having time together, connecting with some people we didn't know before. And we have so many people behind there who will offer us any support that we could need. We also have cameramen. In case you need some photo just for remembrance, please don't hesitate to contact them. They will actually give you that support. Let me read this small note that you may be having on your table, just for welcome. Welcome to the third RIBA Annual Conference 2024. We are thrilled to have you join us for this important gathering of industry leaders, innovators, and professionals. Your presence and participation are what make this conference truly special. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and inspire each other. Thank you for being here, and we wish you a productive, enjoyable experience. Warm regards, the RIBA team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dieudonné, for the kind welcome remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think what you need is a dose of some entertainment. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. Most of us, maybe it's our first time to see it, and maybe others we've seen it before, but hey, you never get tired of seeing the traditional dances of Rwanda, especially in this early morning where we get to experience it. Now, some of our colleagues are joining us online. I'm sure we follow the news. We have some brothers brothers and sisters from Kenya that couldn't make it. Apparently, someone woke up in the morning and decided when it hits midnight, I am not working again. And that's at the Kenya airport. And until now, it's still going on, so they couldn't join us. But hey, thank God we have technology and they're joining us online. So what is happening here is also streaming on YouTube. In the different groups that you're in, you're going to be receiving a link and you can share it to your friends. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Inganzo Ngari to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Yego tacho aye muraho Ganyobwe we nanka iye ganyobwe barunji ariye agambe sheriri we nanka iye ngo nasegitari ariye iye ngi wacu ni Rwanda we nanka iye ngo Rwanda rwa gihanga iwe ganyobwe we nanka iye ganyobwe warunji iye bagambe sheriri we nanka iye ngo twabigana mayariye iye ngi wacu ni cyumba we nanka iye ngo cyumba ya cyumba uriye iye ganyobwe we nanka iye ganyobwe barunji ariye iye bagambe sheriri we nanka iye ngo nasegitari ariye iye ngi wacu ni cyumba we nanka iye ngo cyumba ya cyumba uriye iye ngo twabivuganyeho bambe iye ngo twabigiyemo inama iye ganyobwe we nanka iye ganyobwe barunji iye ngi wacu ni cyumba we nanka iye ngo cyumba ya cyumba uriye iye bagambe sheriri we nanka iye ngo nasegitari ariye ganyobwe we nanka iye ganyobwe barunji iye ganyobwe we nanka iye ganyobwe barunji aye nyoga baronje
uzazure mu Rwanda rw'abanyarwanda nuko kwemana we
yewe ruragendwa abahungu ruragendwa abakobwa
uzazure mu Rwanda rw'abanyarwanda nuko kwemana we
yewe Kigali kapitale n'umutako w'u Rwanda
uzazure mu Rwanda rw'abanyarwanda nuko kwemana we
muzagaruke murebe
muzagaruke murebe
b'inganzo ngari
iwe rwemera gutabarwa n'imegera
muzagaruke murebe inganzo ngari
ye muzagaruke murebe inganzo
muzagaruke murebe
inganzo ngari
A round of applause to Inganzo Ngari for such an energetic performance. Now, when we talk about the energy we want today, that is an example. And I hope a broker in dancing that so they can be covered. I mean, they did need some insurance, don't you think? Dancing that long, your heart can burst out any day, anytime. You better reach out. That's a client over there. I'm telling you, I'm also a broker. I mean, when I work with you, I leave you broke. But I'm trying to be like you, all right? Now, are you ready to kick off today? All right. You look amazing. You're all looking good today. And I think it's the best time to kick it off. Allow me to welcome our speaker that is going to be introducing and addressing us to open up the conference here today. This is the third RIBA Annual Conference 2024. And most of us have been waiting for it for a while now. But here we are. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the chairperson of RIBA to come and address us. Mendes, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
I'm feeling energized. Good morning. Good morning, distinguished regulators, esteemed educated, respected insurers and reinsurers, valued development partners, and all esteemed guests. Bonjour. Maramutse. Habari za asubuhi, mabibi na mabana. Masuze, Mochia, Banyamo, Nebasebo, Mamukase. I hope I did not massacre your languages too much, but I'm humbled to stand before you today, a Zimbabwean-born girl who you have put your faith for me to be able to lead RIBA. So I'm now an adopted daughter of the land of Rwanda. So welcome once again to our beautiful land of Rwanda. It is a great honor and enthusiasm. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this year's conference, themed Shaping the Future, Navigating the New Frontier. With us today, we have visitors from various countries. I would just like to introduce my fellow brokers from across the region. I will just ask them to stand and wave. I would like the president of Kenya Insurance Association and his vice president to stand up and just wave to the people. The president of Uganda, Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, and his vice, and the ex-official, Mr. Solomon, welcome. The president of Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, Mr. Olo, and his honorable secretary. The president of Insurance Brokers Association of Burundi, Mr. Abdul and his associate, please. We've got our development partners from AFR that have been working with the industry to ensure inclusivity and growth of this market. Could we have a CEO stand up? We've got reinsurers from the regions and reinsurers present here. Please stand up. Continental Re, Grand Re, Africa Re, Zeb Re, Clapton Re, who have I forgotten? Re, SCG Re, SC Re. Please stand up. Thank you so much for gracing. Our CEOs from the various insurance companies, please just stand up to be acknowledged. The Chief Executive Officer of ASA, who's always supporting us. Denise, where are you? Thank you. The CEOs of the brokers that have brought us here, please stand up. And all you ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for turning out in numbers. I can see some empty chairs. I think our sponsor did too much of a great job last night that some people have failed to wake up. But hopefully we see them after tea or during tea, and I hope we're now all feeling energized. So it is once again with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this year's conference, themed Shaping the Future, Navigating the New Frontier. This theme is not just a reflection of the changing landscape in our insurance industry, but a call to action for all of us to collaboratively embrace the opportunities and challenges that lay ahead. In the fast evolving world of insurance, the significance of our roles as brokers cannot be overstated. We are the bridge between the intricate needs of our clients and the diverse offerings of insurers. As such, it is imperative that we adapt, innovate, and lead with foresight to ensure the resilience and relevance of our industry. This conference provides a unique platform for dialogue and collaboration among all stakeholders. The presence of regulators is a testament to the importance of a robust regulatory framework that fosters innovation while protecting the interests of all parties involved. We are grateful for their continuous efforts to balance these critical aspects. Our educators are shaping the future of our workforce. I'm happy to report that we have Insurance Training College of Uganda in the room. So those of you that are pursuing their studies, please try and network with them. We have actually the CEO of ITC here. So find the time to network and let's build a professional sector. So our educators are shaping the future of our workforce. Your contribution is pivotal in equipping the next generation with the skills and knowledge necessary to navigate the complexities of our industry. We look forward to hearing your insights on how we can better integrate education with real-world industry needs. Insurers and reinsurers, your role in providing financial security and stability cannot be understated. As the industry landscape shifts, your ability to anticipate risks and innovate products will determine our collective success in meeting the changing demands of our clients. To our development partners, your support and collaboration are invaluable. Your global perspectives and resources help us broaden our horizons and adopt best practices from around the world. As we embark on this journey together, let us be mindful of the new frontiers in technology, customer engagement, and risk management. Let us leverage these advancements to create a more resilient, inclusive, and customer-centric industry. In conclusion, I urge all participants to engage fully in the discussions and activities planned for this conference. Let us share our experiences, challenge our assumptions, and explore new ideas. Together we can shape a future that is not only sustainable, but also brimming with opportunities for growth and innovation. Thank you for your presence and participation. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mendes. Sorry. Thank you very much. One more time, a round of applause to Mendes for the amazing remarks. Mendes Mirbidi. I think you're the only Zimbabwean that I can't pronounce a name. I think Zimbabweans are known for easy names. Good morning, how are you, Jonathan? I'm serious. I recently went for a wedding in Zimbabwe, and I met a lady. She was called Pepsi. So when I was at the airport, I was picked up by a guy, and he turned back very, very serious and said, hey, I'm anxious. And I'm like, why? Are you okay? He said, that's my name. So I'm surprised it's a name I can't easily pronounce. I'm sure you can all see a Sanlam Alliance as our main partner here today, and would love to give them a moment of appreciation, and we are going to do that. I would love to have you follow a video, and then later on I'll be introducing the CEO. Please, let's follow the video, and I'll be introducing the CEO later on. Enjoy. Thank you very much for following. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Mr. Hodari, CEO Sanlam Alliance Life, to share a few words. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I would like first really to congratulate RIBA for this wonderful organization. It is not the first time, it now become a habit we do have on every year basis a fantastic conference, and really I would like to appreciate their effort and a very good done job for this amazing organization. I would like first of all also call my colleague, Richard. Richard is the GI CEO to be with me here. And would like to just share with you some brief information about what you have heard about Sanlam and Alliance. Sanlam was founded in June 1918 as a life insurance company that was in Cape Town, and this gave us 106 years. Alliance was founded in Feb 1890. This gives us 134 years. Now, together, we are now talking about 240 years experience. Now, the two giants formed the largest non-banking financial service company, and it is called Sanlam Alliance. In Rwanda, it doesn't mean not just a change of name. This joint venture means, especially for you, brokers, partners, more strength, more capability. So it simply means we are now stronger and capable financially, even technically. We are here to help you, to give you more better service. Better service. Richard is coming from Alliance. He's bringing with him a very high expertise when it comes to GI business. So for us, it's really a good shape, and we are embarking on the new frontier in Rwanda, having the giant Alliance being among the largest, the biggest insurer worldwide, and Sanlam being among the largest in Africa. The two together, you understand, it's really more confidence. Thank you very much. We do not want to take more of your time. I don't know if Richard have a word to say, but make sure that we are served properly with more and more confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the update. And for those of us who didn't know about the getting together of the two giants, I'm sure now we understand the opportunities that brings. Allow me to make a very small announcement. There is a driver here that might have joined us feeling late, so they left without turning off the engine of the car. I'm sorry, your fuel is still running and the car is parked. According to physics, a distance equals 0. Now, I would love to have you please quietly just walk out and turn off the engine, unless you have a battery problem and you do not want to restart later on. You planned for it, or you are driving a very VVIP. Some VVIP cars do not turn off, so we might be the ones who don't understand the techniques. But allow me to just give the announcement anyway. All right, you left the car, it's still on. It's an RAG 455E. Okay, go check it out. Go check it out. All right, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have another moment, but before we go to that, I'm going to ask our chairperson, as well as Mr. Odad, to join us, and we have a gift for you as a partner and main sponsor of today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now going on, allow me to also welcome our keynote speaker. The keynote speaker today is Mr. Benjamin Kamanga, Director of Strategy and Investment at ZEPRI. And he's going to be joining us virtually due to the conditions that we just talked about a few minutes ago. He couldn't be with us here today, but he's going to be joining us virtually. That's the innovation that we are talking about. If the technical team is ready, please, we could have Mr. Benjamin Kamanga join us and address us here today. If the technology is not ready yet, we have a video also that could play as we introduce him coming up next. We can also do that. Oh, all right. Great. Hello, sir. Good to see you, Mr. Benjamin. We are live here in Rwanda, Musanze Classic Lodge, to be specific. You are missing out from the cold weather. I don't know how cold it is your end. But we are having a good time. And now the floor is all yours.
For that introduction, and thank you for a very warm welcome. So, without much ado, if you allow me, I will just go on to it. I intend to also be sharing my I will do it by way of a presentation, so I have something prepared for today, which I intend to share with yourselves. That is the presentation. So the guest of honor, the chairperson of RIBA, the Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association, the organizing committee, honorable members of Rwanda Insurance Brokers present, the regulators or their representatives, the CEOs of the insurance brokers, the CEOs of the insurance companies, delegates, invite, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Obviously, it's a major disadvantage that I am not with you. And like MC has said, you are enjoying the cold weather. I'm slightly enjoying a bit warmer weather, but missing out in the action which I saw this morning. So my apology for the inconvenience, not being able to be with you. It was on a some trouble out here in Nairobi. Our apologies also that our CEO, who was the initial invite guest, was not able to make it on account of work commitments. But myself and Alice, who is in the room, Alice, you could stand up and wave to the room. Alice Awase is our country manager. The two of us will represent ZEPRI, and my intention, chairperson and members of the association, I will not bore you with a lot of long speech, but I will try to capture a bit of some thoughts, which hopefully will start some conversation for us to speak into the topic. So, having gone through the agenda and the objective of the association, and of course, like you have seen, having been in the industry for some years, I looked at the what you wanted us to speak to, and the structure I'm going to present to you. I will speak to where I think we should be, and why I think that is happening. Then I will respond by saying how the PRI has responded to that new frontier or that future which we are talking to. And I will close with a few ideas on what the association should focus on from our suggestion. Remember, these are just opinion. I'm just starting a conversation. And now that I'm not in the room, I will not be able to pose some questions so that I hear your thoughts. So you will have to just be patient with me. I take you through my thoughts and then we have questions. So allow me to speak about the PRI. Those who have listened to one person called PLO Lumumba, in his speeches he always starts with saying he needs to establish his credentials, but that's not really why I'm doing that. It's just the element of that. I want to start with speaking about the PRI, not for marketing, but ideally to understand who is the partner talking to you. So the PRI, for those who know us and those who don't, is a regional insurance company, is a specialized entity of COMESA. We are in operation for over 30 years, established some time in 1990, but we wrote our first business on January 1st, 1993. So we are about that 2 years now. And over those years, we boast of the second strongest rating by M-Best in Africa. And we also are proud about our footprint, which I will just show you. So we are B++ and a AAA rating by GCR. But even the most important thing is to know that our membership draws significant influence from the tripartite, which came into effect on in July 2024. And the tripartite we speak to is COMESA, EAC, and SADC, who basically form the original members of the members who formed the PRI. Over those years, okay, let me do that. So over those years, we have grown our business over the region, and we are represented in two entities, in ZEPRI itself and EC Africa, and I will speak to who EC Africa is. And you will see that we have offices in many African countries, including Rwanda, where you are, and that's where Alice works from, and a good number of our colleagues when they're in Rwanda. That is our footprint across Africa, going all the way into the southern, the northern, and into the West Africa. When we were formed, and it's important to speak to that, we were established under charter of these governments, and they gave us our mandate. And one of the key mandate was to increase insurance penetration and deepen financial inclusion and resilience. At the time, it was just developing insurance and reinsurance in Africa, and we'll come to that. We were also the responsibility of developing the professionals, and the chairperson spoke about that at the start. But most important was to avail capacity or underwriting capacity in the region, because at the time it was drying up across Africa because of the foreign exchange challenges at the time. We also were formed to promote cross-border trade, and since then we have established very famous brands in the name of COMESA Yellow Card. I guess a good number of your members are aware of it. and RSTG pool. And RSTG is a facility which enables goods move from one country to the other without having to pay or buy bond from one country to the other. And we are also had a mandate to create and administer various pools in the region. And most importantly was, as we collect the premiums, we were meant to invest that money in the region. And we have all those details on the historical growth over the years. I won't go there. Now, ZEPRI is a triple P, what you call public-private partnership, although at the time it was never known like that, but these days that structure makes sense. You will notice that amongst our shareholding, we have state-owned entities, we have governments, we have commercial institutions, we have African DFIs, and we have, of course, international DFIs. And that's the list. And we have 14 private insurance companies within our shareholding, some of them who may be represented in the room. And we list out who are the top shareholders of ZEPRI. Chair, hopefully the purpose of that was to say that we have a common mandate. Although we are an insurance company like any other, we have a responsibility to develop insurance across the region. And that's why this topic we discussed today is very critical for us, because it helps us meet the mandate. So because the topic of today was shaping the future, I made a decision to give you my idea of what that future should look like. If I was in the room, I would have asked, what should that future look like according to yourselves? But this is my the picture of what I see as the future of the insurance industry in Rwanda. Why does insurance exist in the first place? Insurance exists to de-risk, to enable us carry out economic development, to enable us actually carry out economic activities. Because without insurance, ideally the risks are too high, such that we are not able to move. Think about your car. You drive around because it has a cover. Government allows you to use it because it's, so insurance helps to that extent. So a future where the protection levels in Rwanda are much or even better than emerging markets is the future I wanted to share with you. And in that, what you may call short to medium, we should be talking of an insurance penetration greater than 10% in the short to medium term. I've also spoken about protection level greater than 65. Now, penetration, protection level are words used interchangeably. We talk about a protection gap, we talk about penetration. I like the protection gap, and how I like explaining it is recently we had floods in Rwanda and especially also in Kenya. And the question is, when that disaster struck, there was economic losses. The question is, how much of that economic loss was insured? Now, our relevance as an industry will always be determined by that number. If whenever loss occurs, majority of it is not insured, then we are not a critical industry. So the future should be where majority of our people, majority of our economic activities, majority of our livelihoods, majority of our incomes are protected. So chair and members, I hope we have an alignment, and I will speak from that aspect as we all are aligned that is our drive. That is what we should wake up every single morning as we drive to work, inspired by us protecting more people in Rwanda and in the region. So where are we in terms of the penetration levels? Now, I have just given a few numbers. I'm sure you have seen these numbers before. It's nothing new. So, but it is always useful to set a context. And while South Africa is at good level, at around 11.5, the other countries in the region are very low penetrations. And that it clearly means that a critical section of ourselves are not protected. I just also present some data or percentage who faced an insurable risk and used insurance to manage it. This was based on some research done by, and I've given this, the source, the Ascend report, and ideally was to show what is, when an exposure happens, how many people use insurance as a solution to respond. And I'm pleased to say that, as you see on that table, and you will see Rwanda is very high. In this report, in fact, the universal health care is excluded. So it already tells you that Rwanda, in terms of protecting people, is doing very well. It's actually a leader in the region in terms of that. And the reasons are possibly known by yourselves, but we'll also try to touch base on some of them. The same research looked at what are those risks which our people are faced in recent past. And I give some data there, and I'm not going to read each one of them, but the idea is to just paint a picture. And what you will see is from that picture is that the biggest risk appears to be loss of income. Yeah, you can see the numbers in respective countries. People who have suffered loss of income, destruction of property. Madagascar, there, obviously, you know that those could be cyclones. Recently, we had a huge drought in the Horn of Africa, and that's possibly the number. But on the right side, we're asking, when people who are faced by these things, what did they use to cope to that exposure? And a good number of people used savings, others sold assets, others borrowed money, and in Rwanda, was specifically, they were able to constrain the budget, you know. And so that's a research. It doesn't mean that it's, but it gives us the trend. Another thing which is important to share, I'm just building the context here. We have low insurance penetration, and that's a fact based on the data I gave. But we need to ask ourselves, what is the structure of our economy? And we try to give a few samples there of when we call our people, what do they get involved in? And you will notice that agriculture is the largest sector for most of our region, Rwanda, Kenya. Now, all of you know, I actually think majority of the brokers hardly have clients who are dealing with agriculture. Then the next thing is what we call the big from there. You will see what we are calling wholesale and retail, and it's big. Then you look at construction. And when you look at these sectors, you ask yourself, who are the big drivers? In fact, I want to make an observation that what you call wholesale and retail, or even construction, and even services, majority of that is SME, informal. And what does that mean? It tells us, so long as majority of our economy is not being addressed, either by the products which current insurance industry is selling, or by our distribution channels, agents and brokers, or by awareness, so long as it does not respond to these key activities, we can continue talking about insurance, but the finance and insurance sector will never be big because it is not addressing the economy. So that is what I will call the context. And like I said, the future is an industry whose insurance penetration or protection is in line with the mature markets, where the key sectors of the are protected or de-risked. So we want to see industry where agriculture SME in Rwanda is actually 90 or 7% having access to insurance. So I try to pick a few ideas, that trends that will shape that future. And what are we talking about when we talk about digital transformation? We are looking at how people interact with online. You know, it's essentially, we all know what mobile apps have done to the way of living for many people. We know that with a lot of data, people are able to have products personalized to their preferences, to their behavior, and that will influence how you can sell to them. We have also seen about telematics and usage-based insurance. So these are what I call key traits, which we as an industry need to think about. I see these as opportunities, but they can also be challenges. And depending on how we respond, it will determine our future. We also know, because of the growing SMEs, which are the drivers of our economies. In fact, some of the data in our region, 50% of our economy is driven by SMEs. So obviously, there is a growth coming out in microinsurance, or what I call inclusive de-risking solutions. So, and essentially what we are doing here is innovations or products to be able to reach the underserved. But also products, these products are coming because of the first bullet, digital transformation, ability to reach them in new ways. And because of the data, you're also able to assess risks slightly different. Now, we have talked about, and I saw that also you have that in your agenda, health and wellness integration. That we have wearables which help people to record data which didn't exist, because unfortunately we don't have third, fourth generation of people who have been having medical care, so we may not be able to have that history. But wearables are helping us track our health metrics. And so because of these things, you are going to see more and more ability for products to be designed to link that, and also the pricing to be on that basis. Now, I spoke about the drought in Horn of Africa, and there are many now. Of course, those of the chairperson spoke about Zimbabwe. We know we're having a massive drought in Zambia, Zimbabwe, in the southern region. Climate risk is here, but what we are seeing is the technologies are coming in which are enabling ability to model and price risk in this area. So these are either, we can see them as opportunities which should shape our future. Education and awareness, because of the technology, we are able to do more than we could reach more people, and you'll see when I speak about the how technology has enabled us to reach people who we ordinarily would not have been reached in the traditional insurance style. Now the reality is, and the future is actually in two forms. It is in partnerships and it is building ecosystems. I will attempt to capture that, but essentially what is that? It is an element of looking at a whole value chain, finding how do I de-risk that value chain by forming partnerships or creating ecosystems and bringing that into embedding insurance across that. And finally, what is also an emerging thing is people no longer want to be sold what you call mass products. They want good customer experiences, so they want customer-centric models. I think that is also evolving. So if I speak to that, what are the new frontiers? From our side, we have always seen the new frontier as basically focusing on agriculture and SME. Why? Because that's where majority of our people are coming in. And how can we respond to close that protection gap? We have to deal with the three things. And within this, when I say three things, you can slice and dice it differently. But we are talking about how do we create demand in agriculture? How do we create demand in people who are in the informal sector or people who are in the medium to small, medium enterprises? How do we do that? To us, it is creating an understanding of how insurance can be used to de-risk the value proposition. It's really educating our people to have a good understanding of a positive customer experience in how insurance can be risked to protect people. Now, that reminds me of one good story of a gentleman who wrote a book, Development Economics. I'm sure some of you have met his works. It's called Michael Todaro. And he said that development, it is when you remove people from substitute of nature. If when it gets cold, we don't have clothes to wear, we get sick and we die, obviously there is no development. If when we have floods, people are washed away and we have no way of managing, that is what I am calling. So the answer to us in insurance is because we are there to de-risk, we need to make our people understand that the things which we call nature actually can be managed. We cannot stop those things, but we can set aside money to address those things when they occur. And that's essentially is insurance. But we need to sell it slightly different. We also know, and that we know, that people in the categories of agriculture, SME, they will never buy insurance. So we have to find a way of helping them see it as a de-risking and selling it embedded. That's the way to go. Item number 2 is that the insurance brokers, and why I speak this passionately to you is because my understanding is, and I think the chairperson spoke to that, brokers have always been the consultants of the client. They understand the client needs, they design program on how to protect them. So the product design becomes a big deal. So for the brokers to find how do we address the key sector with solutions, not selling mass products? How do we deliver solution to the people's problems? Like we saw, people are worried about income protection. If I'm an SME, I'm the only one running, what happens to my small thing if I get sick, I'm hospitalized? So we need to solve that problem. What that product is, it's us to think. But we also know that we can never reach that group distributing insurance as it has been done over the years. So we need to solve the distribution model. How do we reach them efficiently? And I guess you remember that the conversation I had of digitization. So that this is not theory, I felt, let me just speak to what has ZEPRI done in these frontiers. So ZEPRI has walked a long journey on financial inclusion. And of course, I said we were formed those early years. We keep having a mirror on the wall of what was our mandate. And looking at the numbers, we still see that the insurance penetration is low. We look at the protection gap. It's actually in our region is over 90%, if not 99%. And therefore, we needed to change our strategy if we were going to respond to our mandate. So in 2018, we went back to the heads of states in their normal summit, and we expanded our mandate to work with the governments to help them develop programs to improve financial inclusion or protection. So since then, we have had a few initiatives, and there are many, and I don't want to bore you with that, but one of that initiatives is we invested in a company we call ECA Africa. It's a climate risk enterprise and focusing really on agriculture. And what is our objective there? We want ECA to de-risk insurance underwriting. We want ECA using technologies to make it possible for insurance companies to underwrite agriculture risks. It basically informing what you call information symmetry. so that the farmer cannot take advantage of the insurance companies. So that we are now dealing with pure risk, which is either drought or or disease, but not a farmer who chooses to be cunning to the insurance companies, requiring an agronomist, which costs are very high. The second item, and we will talk to it, ZEPRI has been involved in a dry project, which I will just speak to you so that you see the ideas we are speaking to are practical, we can speak to them. Of course, ZEPRI is a multilateral, we are not regulated, but we work with the regulators in the region to develop insurance, and we have forums where we meet with them to discuss the key topics. Like some of the topics we are discussing with you. Lastly, we were in Kampala, and we brought in partners to help them have a perspective, and which talks about partnerships, policies to encourage financial inclusion, disaster risk financing, public assets insurance, and the like. So we are on top to just make sure that the government is also playing its role as private sector does. We consider ourselves as trailblazers in technology. We invest in digital platforms. We invest in companies which bring, which are there to de-risk some of the key sectors like medical and the like. We have an academy which I will speak to in a few minutes, and of course I did speak that we are enabling cross trade through the commercial yellow card and RSCG. Now growing that into the FCTA, taking that down to SADC region as part of our mandate. We have some long-term saving schemes. Some of these ones, one of the ones, EZA, is in Rwanda, which we have been able to facilitate or work with some of you to develop. And another topic I'm passionate about is called affordable housing. I think I'll talk to in a minute. Now, I speak to those things as a way of demonstrating the concept of demand, product, and distribution. So this is a product, the project I spoke about, DRIVE, which is a regional project for the Horn of Africa countries, World Bank funded to the members of the Horn of Africa, currently being implemented in the 3 countries. That's a total project value. We had a grant portion to manage it. ZEPRI plays in the package of financial services, whose premium is in the region of 179 million. Is a 5-year program. There is also a bit which is value chain. So remember I spoke about the way we must do this business is ecosystem. So we are saying to de-risk those farmers, we need to also link them to or de-risk the whole value chain by other interventions. Yeah. So that's a demonstration. In ECA, it's a subsidiary, and some of you may have come across it. We invested in this company in 2022. There's other 3 shareholders: Grameen, Credit Agricole, which are major international bank, and Syngenta is a major seed company. We are all aligned. We want to make traction in agriculture and in SME. So that is what brings us together and to deliver that solution. So what does ECA do, or what has it achieved so far? We are delivering agriculture and climate strategy, and we have demonstrated that by supporting very many farmers, and I think the data is there, so I don't want to go into the detail. We are also active in Rwanda with the National Agricultural Scheme. So that's what we achieved so far. So we know what we are talking is doable. So from those 3 things, how have we responded to the 3 points? First of all, by creating awareness and financial education to the pastoralists and to the farmers we interact with through ECA. Then they are able to see how insurance is a tool to de-risk their investment. By building an ecosystem through which insurance can reach and be bought by the pastoralists in northern Kenya, in Somalia, in Ethiopia. So that's how we have helped address the demand side. But in a product, we knew you cannot use the traditional agriculture type, so we developed an index-based insurance product which has been delivered in those. But lastly, because to reach those farmers, the pastoralists, we had to build a multi-channel technology. We have a system where the farmers are able to log in, register themselves, insure their cows, and whenever the drought is figured, we are able to pay them instantaneously. They don't need to go to a bank, they just find their account credited. So that is one potential way of how ZEPRI has addressed demand, product, and distribution. Now, education is important, and I think the chairperson spoke about that. And you can look at it in different perspectives. You can look at it from developing the industry professionals. You can look at it as educating the consumer to understand. You can look at it as speaking to the aggregators, banks, MFIs, to tell them, you know, there is an opportunity to embed insurance and it will improve your loan collection. That is what we are talking about. But most importantly is doing research and development and training so that the people will respond to the market. Okay, so that's what our academy does to respond to that need. Over those years, on the bottom right gives you and how our academy has progressed. We offer different solutions, but most importantly, we are now doing certification. We are recognized by SEI, the Chartered Institute of London, and a few others. We are giving certifications, but most importantly, we are reaching very many people, especially for agriculture and insurance training, to build awareness at the grassroots level. And you can see that progress we have made over the years. But here are some case studies of what we have done and which even the association can be part of. Where we sit down with a regulator and we take them through, we train. That's one example of Tanzania. They have done many. Central Bank of Somalia is the regulator of insurance in Somalia. We have been able to collaborate, work with them with the support of World Bank and many others to develop that market to a point where developing the regulations and all that. And of course, we collaborate with all the regulators in the region to develop the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme as part of building awareness. So yet again, demand is training. It is creating an understanding of the de-risking insurance value proposition to the insured, to the regulator, to the stakeholders, to see what we are doing. In terms of products, it is by us building professionals capable of innovating in agriculture and SME. To say, if you really want to access to this group, how should you structure the product, and taking them through certifications so that we have new professionals or a pool of good professionals in that area, and we distribute using webinars as opposed to the usual classroom ways of educating. Now, I did speak about a topic I'm very passionate called affordable housing, and I'm passionate because when I was young, I needed to get a mortgage. And to get a mortgage, the times interest rates were 26% in Kenya. And therefore, for you to raise a deposit of 20, you needed to borrow a loan from a cooperative. And then in addition to that, run another parallel loan for the mortgage. And I was privileged myself in the first place. And that was a very painful experience of having two loans. So I'm passionate because what ZEPRI here does in this product, and the data I'm giving here is to just show the reach. What ZEPRI does is comes and gives what we call instead of the client placing a deposit with a bank, we give a guarantee so that the client doesn't have to do that. you have seen some people advertising a facility we call 105%. Essentially meaning from today you could be paying rent and the following day you move into your house and you are paying mortgage, you are owner of your own home. So we are very proud about that. It is an impact solution essentially to bring more people into the financial inclusion. And we have, that's the spread of how we are doing that. And how is that enabled? By technology. There is a link directly from the bank directly into the insurance company, to ZEPRI, and based on that we are able to work with governments, with banks and all that to be able to de-risk and make more people access to home ownership and live in dignity. In terms of micro insurance, which most of you have heard about, so far we have done over 5 million, and we have just given you a bit of the data. And essentially is innovating around SMEs, is innovating around the low-income people to come up with a solution. It is working with the regulators to create an enabling environment where these things have done. And that's our statistics so far. Not significant compared to the problem, but some progress. So what are my closing remarks to you as brokers? I want to say that brokers and other industry players, including ourselves, the unprotected population of our economy is so significant that it will be unfortunate if we try to ignore. So I'm doing a call for action if you are not already in that topic, and we need to act together. How do we do that? By building awareness. We need to become the drivers of new product design, but most importantly, the brokers is to think, how can you orchestrate ecosystems, value chains, through which you are able to, because you're there to link your client, who is the beneficiary, with either an aggregator or somebody else, so that insurance becomes the solution to de-risking. So what are those? So as you deliberate in the next few days, I wanted to suggest some ideas of what you need to possibly think about. We need to address the low penetration, and you know, in the fact that we are not covering agriculture and SMEs. So what role do you see yourselves playing in closing that protection gap? I will leave that as a question for you to think about. In demand is, how can you build demand for insurance in agriculture and SMEs? Why? We cannot ignore them. In terms of products, we need to ask ourselves, what new products do your clients, the unprotected, need? And I think that is what brokers need to also spend some time on it. I think the capacity is enough. I saw very many insurance companies. You had the story of 200 years for Alliance and Sanlam, and you have heard about the number of insurance companies in the room. So the capacity exists, but we need to find products which our clients find attractive. But most importantly is, how do the brokers, because your biggest job is distribution, how do you find efficient, affordable methods of reaching that client? I am hoping that in my earlier conversation, I had hinted to some answers to those issues, but I wanted to leave that as things for yourselves to tackle. I stop there, Chair, and I am ready to take questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin. And if anyone here has a question, please feel free to just raise your hand, and the team will give you a microphone. They can hear you, and we can take a few questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamanga. Is he on?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Mr. Kamanga, my name is...
Yes, I'm on.
My name is Solomon Rubondo from Uganda. I do associate myself with the focus of your paper. and all the milestones you have made all the years. Congratulations. Your presentation is quite inspiring and leads us, sheds light on the way into the future. I am happy about the product proposition, the demand creation proposition, the marketing aspect, and the technology. But like every clever person, you have withheld the aspect of price. The product you're advocating is for the low consumer. And we normally see insurers not being attracted by these low-priced products. Is that a solution you have withheld deliberately, or is it still on the table? Because the two go together for an effective market. I thank you.
Mr. Benjamin, do you want me to take the questions and you can answer them all together, or do you want to do one by one?
I think it's better we can take all the questions and I respond so that we save time. Yeah.
We can give a gentleman the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kamanga. Alex is my name. I saw in your presentation Namibia has 7.9% in terms of insurance penetration. Any lessons we can learn from this country? I saw South Africa, of course, but we know the reasons. I'm interested in knowing Namibia's secret. Thank you.
Yeah, we can take another couple of questions. All right, the gentleman there with the microphone.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Abdul Salom Ruchekeri, and I'm very much interested in digital distribution. Can you share some few, since you're a regional continental body, can you share some few successes that has impacted the distribution channel in terms of digital? And I saw you talked about M-Pesa. Can you share your experience on that distribution channel, successes that we've had and we can learn from? Thank you.
Okay, we have a question over there and another one here. I think then we can go on.
Yes, thank you very much. Very good and insightful presentation. So my name is Diana Mukungwa from Sonargwa Life Assurance. My question is, of course, we know ZEPRI reassures life insurance as well. And my question goes to asking on the portion of penetration, what part goes on life? That's number one. And then what has ZEPRI put in place? Because I was looking at part of the innovations you've been doing. We're looking at agriculture. Of course, they are our customers as well in life, but what else is there that we can learn, number one, from your vast knowledge on the market, I believe, especially on the African continent, and what is in place for life as we also look into broadening the frontiers on putting in a bigger penetration on the life assurance side. Thank you.
Good, thank you. My name is Anthony Mwangi Benjamin. I'm from Nairobi. I am the chair of Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya. I'm intrigued by one of your missions as an organization, which I'm reading is to deepen insurance and in the marketplace. Perhaps my question to ask us, this is a brokers conference, although we are bringing everybody together. What are your plans as a reinsurance market? Do you have to work with brokers? Because we are the people on the ground. We are the people who interact a lot with the clients. We keep on talking, deepening the penetration, but we see very little interactions and collaborations and partnerships that you have mentioned between reinsurance, particularly with the direct brokers. So you leave it at the insurance level, but we are the people on the ground. So perhaps you could be able to enlighten us what are some of the actions that we as brokers, direct brokers, we can be able to undertake so that we can then help this issue of deepening the penetration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 5 questions that have been asked. I think, Mr. Benjamin, you can take it up. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Great. Yeah, thank you. So thank you for your comments, good questions. Let me attempt to answer, and anybody else in the room, feel free to also add your own comments. Okay, Sameko. So the first question on the price, my thinking, Solomon, was, you know, in a way, when you speak about product, price becomes, and in fact, if you remember, one of my slides was talking affordable. Affordable. I think that to me is it's a critical aspect. And when we talk about affordable, it is basically dealing with the risk, addressing the risk, and secondly, addressing distribution. Price comes in that form. So once you address the distribution channels, in other words, you find methods of you distributing without necessarily having to spend the normal costs. Then what happens with that is it's one way of contributing to an affordable price. But there are elements of risk, and let me go to they call it the elephant in the room. We know for a very long time, agriculture was not affordable. People couldn't buy it; it's too expensive. So that is the reason why the parametric insurance solutions have come on board, so that we don't have to send an agronomist, so that we use other methods which also make sure that we remove part of what was considered risk, which was the moral hazard in agriculture, because you didn't know whether the guy planted, you didn't know, yeah? So these days we have technologies like ECA, something we call see it as grow. And it's a simple technology. It's just getting a GIS, taking a photo at intervals, and you are able to see that crop grow, so that when there is a loss, you finally have an idea. First of all, did it even germinate, and many other things. So affordable, the price is obviously driven by certain things, risk and the distribution cost. So once we address these two, I think the price we are likely to arrive at is an affordable price. The price itself cannot come on board alone. But we also know another big thing which affects price. Insurance is about pooling. So if we are only dealing with small items, isolated, if the portfolios are small, we know the price can't come down. But if we deal with bigger things, it becomes affordable. I'll give you an example. And Anthony will also confirm that in Kenya, originally we used to have something called Kenya Livestock Insurance Program, over 10 years actually. But it got to a point where it was not affordable. It was not sustainable. Why? Because given that you're only covering a small section, the insurers who are playing the space were not willing to provide that capacity. What was the innovation? Widen the cover, so that now we cover the whole of Horn of Africa, even with ideas of widening across Africa. What happens? Because of huge numbers, with the time you're able to bring the price down. So I hope by all those examples I've explained how practical ways of making the price affordable, because that's what we need to look for. Alex, my thoughts, we all know that South Africa makes what happens in Botswana, Namibia is driven by South Africa. So when you see the penetration high in Namibia, essentially life, it's because of that. It is the success of South Africa crossing into Namibia. So that to me is my hypothesis. I may be wrong. Now, Abdul, the digital distribution, the successes. There are many, but let me give one example. dealing with the pastries, and I don't know how much you know about Kenya and how much you know about Somalia and how much you know the drier part of Ethiopia. These areas are wide and they are huge. There is no way anybody would be able to set up an infrastructure to reach the people, because also the people are sparsely populated and it's not economical. But what ZEPRI was able to do is to build a platform where each of these bursaries can actually, one, get content, be educated through the platform. They can be able to get information on what's likely to happen. They can be able to buy the cover. And with the support of M-Pesa, because we have a fair distribution of M-Pesa access in Kenya and in the region, they are able to pay the premiums digitally, and they are able to receive the claims payments digitally. So I hope that sort of demonstrates it is, and the only way sometimes you can succeed in these things, it is what I call an ecosystem approach. It is when you see who are the key actors in the whole value chain. How do I bring them together? How do we design a solution which links all the players in that solution? The affordable housing story I spoke about is digital. What it means is that you have a circle, and I'm sure circle is a common language in East Africa, which gives loans to people on housing. But you have a digital system which links that circle directly to all the partners in that value chain, to the top up to the insurance, so that we are able to know how many loans did that circle give, for what value, and when the prepayments don't come, everybody in the value chain has access to data. There is nobody who can cheat. So that is a successful digital distribution model also executed. And there are many more examples, but we can always have a side chat on that. Diana, on live, assuming my slides come quickly, I can also see whether I can. Let me see. If you look at the slide of what I called the distribution on what were the major risks and what people did. You can see my screen? The biggest risk was loss of income. And loss of income can be in many forms. So majority of currently people who write risks related to loss of income or income protection is life underwriters, because that's their business. The biggest key risk is death, for example. It is critical illness. It is all that stuff. That's the primary risk. And while a big company has that kind of need, even the small informal person has the same need. It's just that different levels of values. So to me, I believe there is a very huge opportunity for life companies to capture this space. And how do you do that? By you linking to SME. Now I heard you say, oh, okay, agriculture, we can see that, but how is on life? SME. Even those farmers, because those farmers need to access lending so that they can invest in their farms. Imagine an idea where you are able to create a whole ecosystem, link the lenders to the banks and all that, and be able to de-risk that. Once you de-risk, banks who would have feared to lend to that population are able to lend, because in the event a person dies, in the event there is loss of income, insurance will pay. And there you are, insurance companies de-risking one of the key segments of our population, which is SME. That's my thinking. But let me give you one practical example. And I don't know how many of you have thought about this problem. Of course, it depends on your stage of life and how wealthy you are. Because if you are wealthy, you really don't need insurance. But if you are poor, like most of us are, you think about risk. Now, those of you who have taken kids to what you call private schools, and these school fees are not cheap. One of the normal fear you have is to say that if you are not there the following day, that child will drop from that private school to go to public school. Now, Rwanda could be a slightly different market. Maybe the gap between the private school and public school is not huge. But in places like Kenya, the gap is huge. And that should be a fear of anyone. But what have we done traditionally? We have sold the education benefit thing to individuals. And because we have said that people don't buy insurance. Now, see another innovation you could do. Free consultants here. If you structured products which you sold to the schools and say that I want to sell a cover which will embed in the school fees so that anybody who registers in this school, in the event of anything happening like loss of income or death, whatever it is, and they are not able to pay school fees, that kid will not drop from that school. Now, what have you done? You have done an aggregation. What is the primary risk? It's life, majority of it, isn't it? Diana, I hope I'm speaking to you. So we just have to be innovative on how we distribute. Now, when I'm paying school fees, the school says this is school fees and you buy. Taken, but what have we done? We have increased penetration. Okay, Anthony, there are many things the PRI has done and I didn't cover all of them. But one of the things we have done in Rwanda is we run an innovation hub in Rwanda, out of Rwanda. And it invites proposals from across Africa, across our markets. And we receive ideas on how to innovate. And we innovate either in distribution, in the products, in how to create demand. So that is one way of those of you who are in broking and want to innovate or want to partner with innovators, be part of the innovation hub. And that way then you are able to influence the future of this industry by us finding how do we innovate on distribution. How do you, for example, one of the biggest costs in every insurance broker in Kenya, Anthony, is how do you reach a client? You are thinking of how you need to drive to Mozambique. You want to know how to drive to Mombasa to see a client. Now, if you enabled all your employees and everybody to be able to reach your company digitally, you are able to distribute much more. You are able to reach transactions which are originally not viable. They become viable. So these are areas where brokers need to work. So what is the commitment of ZEPRI? We said one of our biggest issue is technology and platforms. So if the brokers as a market or as an entity want to partner with ZEPRI to build a platform, we are not only willing to work with you, we are even willing to invest in you. So we have an insurance fund which invests in those kind of deals. And we have also partners who can be able to come along and invest or enable you to innovate. So let me stop there so that I don't take too much time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin, and we really appreciate the time you've taken and how you've managed to work through this, even from a distance. We still felt your presence, and thank you for the insightful presentation that you've given us. And I would love to remind you that a colleague, we have the country manager here with us, Alice. So if you have any questions, you could always reach out to her and get more clarifications on that, especially in the Rwandan context. Otherwise, Mr. Benjamin, we also had a gift for you that we are going to be giving your colleague. Hopefully it will get to you in time. Let me ask the chairperson, and I will be presenting it to the country manager here. And then also, since you are a partner of the event, we'll also have a gift specifically that will go to the company itself. This one goes to Mr. Benjamin. It's his personal gift.
Thank you.
Mr. Benjamin, I don't know if you can see this, but we have another version of you here with us.
Somehow I can't see you, but it's, I don't know what has happened to the... But it's okay. Alice can see you. Yeah. For some reason, I can't see you. I don't know what is either link or is it my Wi-Fi?
I can give you a good description. Somebody took a photograph of you.
Now I can see you.
Oh, perfect.
Now I can see you. Now I can see you. Now I can see you. Okay, thank you.
It's an illustrated photo of you, and you can hang it anywhere where you face most of the times. I'll put it in my office, but we're all different. We have different places. And now we also have a gift that is going to be given to ZEPRI. Thank you very much for partnering with us on this conference.
Thank you. Most appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Benjamin, if you could ask anyone in your office to bring you a cup of tea, because we're about to be having our very own tea here. I mean, we can enjoy the same experience even in distance. We are going to be having our tea break, and I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy your tea break also. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to give you a small announcement.
Thank you.
Some of us might have some quick meetings that we want to catch up with. We have a holding area where you could take the calls and get back to us when you're done. In the meantime, we can take a few minutes, 20 to 25 minutes of tea break, and also we'll be using it as a moment of some photos and a bit of some bits to cover, like interviews and all that. So enjoy, and I hope you're having a wonderful time. Remember to stretch. This life you are insuring starts with your own activities. So please, you are the first insurer of your life, so please stretch, do some exercise, and otherwise get back here with the same energy. Have a good time. See you in a few. I say 20 minutes, okay? Let's keep the time. Let's keep the time. Remember, lunchtime is just around the corner, so keep a few rooms for an amazing meal. All right. Thank you. Enjoy.
1990, and the journey of setting up a reinsurance operation began in the 1990, and the journey of setting up a reinsurance operation began in the Comesa region. Driven by excellence, growth, and trust, our experience throughout the years has proven our commitment to quality service. We have made it our mission to maintain the highest standards and credit ratings, working with both COMESA and non-COMESA member states. Headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, ZEPRI operates through 7 other country offices, namely Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Ethiopia, Cote d'Ivoire, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Sudan, where we also run a Ritaka full business. We are ZEPRI, PTA Reinsurance Company. ZEPRI has grown to become a respected regional reinsurer within the Comesa region and is currently rated B++ by AM Best and AAA, Stable Outlook by GCR, which affirms our claims paying ability. ZEPRI has the mandate to foster the development of the region's insurance and reinsurance industry, to promote the growth of national and regional underwriting and retention capacity, and to support the sub-regional economic development agenda. ZEPRI delivers on these mandates by transacting reinsurance business within and outside the region, creating and administering pools for the interest of the region's insurance markets, training insurance and reinsurance industry personnel through the ZEPRI Academy, providing technical assistance to the insurance industry, promoting contacts and business cooperation, and investing premiums in the region to promote economic development. ZEPRI has a broad-based shareholding structure, currently comprising governments, the Comesa Secretariat, private companies, national insurance, reinsurance companies, and regional organizations. The company underwrites both treaty and facultative business, providing reinsurance cover across a broad spectrum of products for both life and non-life reinsurance, such as property, casualty, marine, aviation, and life. We partner with clients through product and service design, capacity development, risk assessment, and pricing tools to deliver bespoke solutions to respond to our clients' needs. ZEPRI supports financial inclusion by providing capacity to drive uptake of microinsurance to bring risk cover to the most vulnerable and underserved demographics through provision of capacity for agriculture insurance and other microinsurance solutions. In Zambia, for instance, ZEPRI supports weather-based crop insurance, directly impacting more than 1 million farmers under the Farmer Input Support Program. We support weather index insurance in partnership with the government. In Kenya, we support over 250,000 farmers, while in Uganda, over 60,000 farmers are supported under the government's National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. We have partnered with private sector partners to design and support access to affordable housing through its innovative collateral replacement indemnity products. More than 1,500 low-income families have been supported under this initiative across East Africa. We develop and deploy digital solutions through our InsurTech initiatives to make microinsurance solutions more accessible and inclusive to our underserved population. The company continues to support infrastructure projects in the areas of energy, roads, rail, and communication to power and connect our cities and foster development. As part of core mandate to promote regional economic development, ZEPRI currently manages the reinsurance pools of 2 key trade facilitation programs of COMESA, namely the Yellow Card and RCTG schemes. The Yellow Card is a regional third-party motor vehicle insurance scheme that provides third-party legal liability cover and compensation for medical expenses resulting from road traffic accidents caused by visiting motorists. The scheme is currently operational in 13 countries within the region and is being expanded to cover more countries in the region. The RCTG scheme facilitates a uniform basis for transit movement through the region by ensuring only one guarantee bond is utilized for the transit of goods through all transiting member states. Currently, the scheme is fully operational in the northern and central corridor countries, namely Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. We set up the ZEPRI Academy to develop skills at regulatory, executive, and technical level, and deliver on its mandate of developing the regional insurance and reinsurance industry. The Academy works with and carries out trainings for different markets and regulators, encouraging best practices and experiences covering over 3,000 trainees annually across 37 African countries.
I joined the Academy back in 2018. Back then, I was still relatively new in the industry. Hence, the training was very important to me because it helped me to better understand how reinsurance works, and it also helped me to gain an in-depth understanding in my area of work, which was claims. Over time, I have attended a number of trainings conducted by the same academy, and I can confidently say that it has greatly helped me to become technically capable and proficient at my work. And this, I believe, has helped me to offer better services to my clients.
I would really encourage anybody who is aspiring to be in the insurance and reinsurance industry, or who is currently in the insurance or reinsurance industry, to join the ZEPRI Academy, noting that this is one of the best platforms we have in Kenya that will really bring and impact knowledge, both in insurance and reinsurance, across all aspects of the industry.
We are passionate about empowering the community and have developed CSR initiatives around 3 focus areas: education of the girl child, health, and community development. Beneficiaries of our CSR program include the Gashora Girls Academy in Rwanda, the Kenyan Community Development Foundation in Kenya, and support for cancer survivors through the Faraja initiative. ZEPRI also supports the Global Give Back Circle program by mentoring young girls. Through our Young Professional program, we develop and incorporate young graduates into the insurance industry.
My journey with ZEPRI started when I joined campus. I was taken on under the CSR program, and they took care of my school fee through the sponsorship. and also I got opportunities to become an intern here during my long holidays. Yeah, so it gave me an opportunity to learn more about what's my line of career because of studying actuarial science in school. So it gave me an opportunity to learn the practicality of what I was learning in school.
To augment these efforts, the company recently established a Development Impact Fund, where a portion of the company's profits are appropriated for purposes of supporting both CSR and developmental initiatives within the region. For more than 30 years, we have made it our mission to be the leading reinsurer in Africa, continuously striving to offer solutions tailor-made to the needs of each of our clients. We are ZEPRI PTA Reinsurance Company, and we are committed to quality service.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise.
We are risk managers with our
plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities.
Thus, within the financial ecosystem, we drive the development of new products with innovation and catalytic funds that usher new ideas and products to the market. We promote access circles.
I started, I don't know whether it's a relation. So those from Uganda, you know, FSD Uganda, FSD Tanzania, FSD Kenya, FSD. So we are FSD Rwanda. So what we do is really to catalyze change in the financial ecosystem, and a change that is beneficial to the low-income people. So you'd wonder, why do we come into this space of insurance? As I said, since 2017, as AFR, we decided really to start this journey. And the reason why we came into this space is really to contribute to two objectives. One being actually a supporter of economic growth and development, but also creating resilience for different economic agents within the economy. And that is clearly in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. Until 2030, we are still committed to this. I believe that insurance can play a key role on these all goals that we've listed. So supporting growth, I mean, decent jobs, economic growth, I mean, you know your role there. I think it was the very first time to actually do an insurance thematic report, so that we dig deeper into the numbers to understand what are the issues, what are the challenges, and then after that we support the players and the policymakers, regulators to address those challenges. And that's the time also we, apart from that demand side assessment, we also did a supply side assessment. I recall that those days, apart from one insurer, it must be Sonarwa. Thank you. Apart from, I think it must be Soras that was working with ECA Africa. That time it was Syngenta Foundation, something like that. They had weather index insurance. Others, microinsurance or inclusive insurance was quite new, 2017. But if you were to ask randomly, most of the insurers are eyeing that space, and they have started something, which is fantastic. We then also organized a conference, a microinsurance conference, and just to create that awareness around what needs to be done to actually serve the low-income people. Fast forward, 2018, 2019, we started looking, in fact, one of the demands from the sector, yes, we want to support, we know the mass is there, they need our products, but we don't have a specific regulation for microinsurance. We went on, support the central bank to create that. And that was an enabling environment tool that came. Life companies said, well, we are using mortality tables of 1960, left by the colonialists. We had to also start that journey, and I believe you are still using those that we created, and probably it's time to revisit and see whether we can update them. Something also very critical, I mean, agriculture being a key sector to the economy, we supported the government of Rwanda to design and launch the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. We invested quite a huge amount to just pilot that and be able to roll it out across different crops, livestock, but also across different districts. And that, since we have left, is sustainable. It's being championed by the Ministry of Agriculture. Ejo Heza, I think Zepri talked about it. We set it up from feasibility to actually design, investing quite so many millions there for 3 years, and then we matured it into Rwanda's Social Security Board to take it forward. We are so glad that we bundled it with life cover, and I think Sonarwa is covering that which is great. Then other interventions came, supported the skills development. We had a program around microinsurance with ILO. I have seen some colleagues here that attended, supported the industry association, products development, and we had an innovation fund to support any innovation in the market. Now, where are we now? Really, we continue the journey, as you saw, to actually create evidence and kind of assess the progress made. Every 4 years, we produce that insurance thematic report. And after we have produced it, we agree on key actions that need to be taken. But also we capture learnings. In fact, discussing with some CEOs, they were like, well, we need to revise the microinsurance regulation, which is okay, because when you design a regulation, you are not sure when it's not yet tested. So once tested and there's feedback from the market, yeah, you need to adapt it. And that's a conversation we have started with the central bank to see how we can address that as soon as possible. Most importantly, something that was on the agenda for this conference is the National Inclusive Insurance Development Roadmap 2024-2029, aligned with the new government strategy, NST2, to ensure that insurance is not left behind. I think there's too much pressure. Everyone is pushing us to see how we can develop this sector. And I guess it's not just a push, but also there is commitment to support, which is great. So we want really to be part of that and ensure that we also, as part of that roadmap, we have very tangible interventions that can move the needle. So that's where we are, and we have done this together, and we are so happy. So my last slide, before I invite Agnes. So this, I mean, as I said, we've been tracking this progress, and this is where we are. 27% formally insured. And these are a nationwide survey. We ask close to 14,000 people across the country. And that's what they say. And we deliberately, with government and stakeholders here, we agreed not to include public insurance, like the Mutuelle de Santé, you know, community-based health scheme. Because if you were to bring it, then it will distort the, you know, we would praise ourselves that we are 90-something, yet actually private insurance is not going down there. So that's what we have, and we are looking at more people, really having 8.1 million adults Rwandans using insurance. As I conclude and invite Agnes as she comes, I wanted to ask you a question. Coming down here to Musanze, apart from those who came probably from abroad, who took a travel insurance to Musanze from Kigali? What does it tell you? So you can't convince me to consume your product if you're not using it. Isn't it? Clear. So it's very important. And when we started this journey, there's something I told the team. I told them, any travel, you must have an insurance, a travel insurance. And it's a fact. In fact, I don't approve any travel without insurance. So you see, we need really to preach by example. If you want, you are doing it, you have done it. It's okay, I'm not blaming anyone, but it's a wake-up call, just to make sure that we are there. So Agnes, welcome. Thank you very much, colleagues.
I will continue using that slide. For those who attended the first RIBA conference, I used that slide. We will continue using it until we are at stage 4. I hope you all agree that's where we should be heading. We are still currently just focusing on compulsory product, serving corporate. Yes, we have tried to start serving farmers through Tekana Muhinzi Morozi, Urishinjiwe, but it's a drop in the ocean. So the road really ahead is still long, and this slide will continue coming until we move. And from Benjamin, from ZIPRI, I'm definitely going to add some of the countries he highlighted. As many of you, as the CEO mentioned, I see many people who have attended a lot of workshops with us as we develop the insurance sector roadmap. As you know, Access to Finance Rwanda, in collaboration with Minecofin, Central Bank, ASAR, RIBA, and many other stakeholders in this room, we have been trying to find, because there have been a lot of interventions to really move the needle within the sector, but they have been in a silos. So we are trying now to have a more coordinated approach, a comprehensive ecosystem level structured roadmap to guide how we transform the sector. And thank you so much for all of you who have attended so many workshops, shared your insights, reviewed document. It's really appreciated. These slides actually summarize what you told us, some of the key emerging themes. Capacity building, technical skill, that came out quite a lot, almost in every meeting we had. From the engagement with the CEO, brainstorming on full day basis with the technical teams, the regulator, the policymaker, capacity building came along, distribution, and ZIPRI also touched on that. How do we innovate to distribute? Client experience. Some of us, like as Yachu mentioned, actually you can't travel outside Rwanda forever if you don't have insurance. So even as a lead in a financial inclusion, we need to be reminded. So I think that shows why we still see consumer education high up there. Skills, data, we undervalue data, but with data really we can move and accelerate the performance within the industry. So food for thought, and if there's any key emerging theme you don't see there, please speak to me after this presentation. Our vision. As a technical team from different stakeholders, we sat and said, what should be our vision? So currently we are thinking maybe we should aim to move that coverage to 40%. As for the insurance penetration, we saw earlier that we are at 1.2. I'm hoping it's like a question mark there because it's food for thought. When Benjamin mentioned that we should aim to move from 1.2 to 10%, I was actually lucky I didn't put a number there. So let's see where we aim, and as we continue finalizing the roadmap, hopefully we will just have a very ambitious target to work on that. Currently, where we are with the roadmap, we have selected some themes, some pillars. Which pillars do we want to focus on? So we have like 5 pillars. Again, that's the sector speaking. That's the sector saying prioritize these themes and go under each with intentional, transformative intervention and initiative. And we think if we do that together, collaboratively, we can actually come back here and we're not talking about 1.2%. Because I actually think for the last, 5 years, 7 years, we have been around that. 10 years we have been around that. I think it's about time we move that. So what are the key pillars the roadmap is currently suggesting to focus on? Improving capacity. It's good to see we have even some capacity builders in a room. It's great. So really capacity building is one of the key pillar we are proposing under the roadmap, be technical skills, innovation, thinking even around the distribution channel, how do we build all those capacity skills we need in a sector to thrive. Inclusivity. I won't dwell much on that, be it Zebri, be it MyCO. They really talked a lot about inclusivity. We have to bring in MSMEs, we have to bring in farmers. We need to understand them first so we can serve them better. So that's a key pillar as well. Data analytics, again, research and development, analyzing the data we have, sharing with the data we have, so we can price effectively, we can understand those we want to serve better, and especially those we are not serving or we are under-serving. And then we design products which speak to them. Because when we started this roadmap, we thought it was inclusive insurance roadmap. And as we engaged with the sector, we actually realized in our market, it's a no-brainer. It's insurance sector because we can't move if that sector doesn't become inclusive. So you will find now we are using actually insurance sector roadmap because we brought it in all. Awareness. Again, as always, I like the question you actually asked because you find we tend to underestimate actually how low the insurance awareness is in our country. Yes, everyone knows me too well, but you asked any other question. So there's a need, because if you want, everyone say we don't sell insurance, no one wake up in the morning to say, I want to buy insurance. Actually, today I'm going to buy insurance. So that awareness, we have to focus on that. And some of the brainstorming session, some stakeholders are saying, maybe actually we need like an insurance consumer education fund, where we all pull in, and we structure, and we really drive that agenda, because it's a game changer. Policy. Policy is important. It's our environment. If our enabling environment is not working, then we won't even be able to develop, to innovate. So we have good regulations. We just need to continue strengthening that relationship, innovate, update policies, review them as we change, and I think we get there. So those really 5 pillars, I hope if we touch on them, we will be tackling the whole ecosystem, and we can move to beyond 1.2 quickly. 10%, I need to speak to Jeremy about that, Benjamin about that. Next. So where are we currently in that journey of a roadmap? We conducted a market assessment. We had so many stakeholders engagement to co-create, to brainstorm. Now we have a draft roadmap which is being peer-reviewed by the technical team from all those institutions I mentioned. And the next step will be to validate, have a final version and validate it. Once we validate that, the fun part starts. So we will collectively fundraise. My CEO promised to lead the fundraising, so that's good. So FR will lead, but with you hands in hand, to fundraise, to implement those detailed interventions we would have co-created under each of those 5 pillars. I thank you, and I really look forward to continuing working this journey with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. That was a very, very insightful conversation that we've had, some data there that has been shared, and I hope we'll all get access once everything has been validated and we can all know the way forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have a moment before we bring on the next session. I would love to have our chairperson to come and help us give some form of an acknowledgement and a gift that we have for you. The team could help us bring it forward, and I would love to ask the CEO to join us here, Mr. Jean Bosco. This is a token of appreciation for being part of the RIBA Annual Conference 2024 and for all your inputs that you've... Amazing. Beautiful. Thank you very much. That's an amazing portrait. Whoever drew it really is an artist. We have one for you too, Agnes. We did an amazing job. We stalked you, got your photo, and did something with it. I'm joking. Please join us. And we also have another recognition to AFR for being part of this. I think we could have the CEO also to join us so we can celebrate the moment together. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. One of the reasons why we are here is to share experiences and insights and any other element that we can pick. And I love how we are tracking the progress from the first edition to the third edition. But we have also seen good growth in terms of partners that have come on board. And some of the partners, we are in different categories, as you can see on the banner. And allow me to now welcome some partners that are in the gold category. I'll be starting with MUA, Mr. Jalik and Aisha. Is it Aisha? Yes. The floor is all yours. Thank you. Before we continue, as you take the stage, there are some cars that parked in a spot that was designated for lunch. If you don't move the cars, I'm afraid we will not have lunch. So allow me to please clarify this. Those cars are just the spot, just at the tents. If you know you parked a car down there, I think there is a Mercedes-Benz there and another, so we have an RAH 560H, we have an RAE 437K, an RAF 460P, and an RAF 581F. Please, could you save us the time of waiting as we get lunch? So yours.
Thank you, Arthur. Ladies and gents, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I can see it's getting time of people feeling a little bit yeah, basically we are given a moment as sponsors for this amazing third conference for RIBA, and we are proud always to be part of this amazing moment. And it is a promise that we give to the industry that every year will always be there. And definitely, let me ask the technical team to put the presentation. First of all, I'm Jean-Luc Miravumba. I'm together with Aisha Salam. She's in charge of her customer experience, and I'm heading the business in MU Insurance. I know all of you, you know MU Insurance. I'm not going to show you the program that we are having, rather maybe to keep strengthening the peace of mind that you have as brokers or co-insurers that you work together to always trust us and give number of risks that you always give us to book them. So let me ask the technical team just to put up the presentation. We're going to just go through some few slides showing our financial muscles, financial strength. This is what everybody's looking for, to have a peace of mind whenever you give us a risk, whenever you book a risk with us. And then after that, our Aisha will present something that is new, something that is related to customer, rather to social responsibility. As a corporate, we always need to be social responsibility, responsible in one way or the other, showing what we give back to the community. So she'll just make a small presentation, a video, to understand how MUA also give back to the community as a responsible insurer. Thank you. So I don't know whether my presentation is on. I can see. I'm still seeing Aisha and myself here. Technical team, what's going on? You have our presentation, right? PowerPoint and video. Komutavuga. Aha, very good. Et nous voilà. Rapidement, I think this is the way, sometimes when you start to be above 40, 45, it's a bit challenging to know how you manage these things. But I'm trying to, but it doesn't go. Trust me, Aisha. You think there's a way of organizing it so that it can move, huh? Oh, yeah. Basically, when we talk about financial strength of MUA, we start by a number of items that you're having, as you can read. Go to the next, showing us our net earnings in terms of insurer, and to look at how we progress from 2022 to 2023. You can see that we have profitability that has been moving, increasing on an interesting rate as far as the net earnings. We have 108% of increment from 2022 to 2023. We go next. We look at also the number of assets that we have been accumulating in terms of growth, whereby you can notice that in 2022, we are about 16.7 billion. And in 2023, we achieved around 21.6 billion in terms of total assets that we are owning as MUA. Next, basically, this also is coupled by the strength in terms of well analyzing our risk and also the management of claims. That's why you could see the loss ratio. The more years advance, the more it becomes little, because we take time to analyze the risk, and whatever risk we book, we make sure that mitigation will be much more easier, and also the loss ratio is always well managed. Next. Then, of course, everybody is looking at the income tax expense that we have. The more we pay more taxes, the more all of us are going to be better, which means that the more we pay taxes, this gives you more peace of mind that this insurer is really robust in terms of the financial muscles. We go to the next. Next shows us our total equity in terms of return on equity, which is around 24.3%, without need of injecting more capitals. And all of us, we know, most of the regulators, they push people to inject more capitals whenever they see the return on equity is not that sufficient enough. Next, it shows the liquidity we have. The liquidity we have, you could see in 2022, it has a bit affected in the sense that the more you have liquidity that you need also to invest so that they can produce more liquidity in that sense, it gives much more stability in the mind of those that are entrusting with their risk. We got the next. So this was the return on equity that I was talking about, that shifted from 20% in 2022 to 31% in 2023. I would clap if I were you. This is a good job. When you return to the equity shareholders, they understand that really these guys are making money, and they also remember us because, they put money in there for business. Right, we are in business, ladies and gents, right. So we got the next slide, which, next slide, please. Solvency ratio. This is very important, ladies and gents, because all of us, we are always looking for the solvency that we are having. And it's part of a critical item that the financial analysis would be giving a big eye on. And like a fellow head of business that are here, we know we always go into the tenders, and the number one thing that people will be asking is the solvency, because the more solvency is higher, the more solvency is stable. Yes, this gives indeed the peace of mind we're talking about as an insurer. Let's go to the next slides. Basically, next slide is going to be much more better. So this shows that the more an insurer has got financial muscles, the more security it gives to the community and also to the regulator and the country in general. This is what has been repeated since we started this conference, whereby all of us are aiming to build an inclusiveness in financial sector, and whereby people really get much more trust. We always talk about the small penetration we have in our markets. And to increase the penetration, we have to increase the peace of mind to the people that we are targeting in terms of clients, so that they understand that you know, I used to tell people before I could join insurance, in my mind long time ago, it was like insurers na abantu babajura gusa. Ubaha premium, ariko ntago bishura claims, you know, because of maybe the background that I was in. Until you understand that, okay, the more we understand the need, the more we understand the risk, the more we price it properly and we give peace of mind to the clients, that's when penetration will increase. Ladies and gents, then pass over to our beautiful Aisha to just show you a video and show you how we insist on customer, or rather on corporate social responsibility. Ato Aisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Mselem. I'm head of customer experience. We are honored to stand here to show you our financial strength, but also, again, insurances are known to protect people, but do we give that peace of mind to the society that we are always there for them? We are all gathered here to see our numbers, everything. I've also heard something about awareness. Awareness is too low maybe because some of us are not going back there to the community to see how can we help these people in terms of maybe covering them, but also supporting them, to give them that sense of we are always going to be there. We all know in Africa, insurance is not the awareness, people understanding that they need to cover themselves. It's not really that big, because people feel like our mindset, why do I have to insure myself? Do you wish bad for me? So we have to change that narrative. And by changing the narrative, it needs to start from us by giving back to the community. Starting from the community, then we rise up to give other insurances covers. The technical team, please allow us to present the video of how MUA Insurance is engaged in social responsibility.
Welcome to MUA Insurance Rwanda, where we redefine insurance with unparalleled commitment and care. MUA Insurance Rwanda is not just a leader in providing top-notch general insurance solutions. We are pioneers in customer care, offering 24/7 support through our toll-free number 2323. Our unique selling point is our dedication to being available around the clock, ensuring that you receive the assistance you need whenever you need it. But our commitment extends beyond just providing insurance. At MUA Insurance Rwanda, giving back to the community is at the heart of what we do.
At MUA Rwanda, we believe that true success is not just about business achievements, but also about making a positive impact on the lives of others. Our community initiatives reflect our core values and our dedication to fostering a better society for all.
From supporting local education to enhancing health and wellness, our CSR activities are designed to uplift and empower our communities. Every project we undertake is a testament to our commitment to social responsibility and the belief that together we can make a difference. Join us in our journey as we continue to provide exceptional insurance solutions and give back to the community, because at MUA Insurance Rwanda, we care every day and always.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This is our presentation on our CSR. I may take an opportunity to invite you all. We have an ECD center here in Musanze that we are sponsoring. Those who wish to join us tomorrow at around 3 p.m., please feel free to come at me and we go and visit this center for kids. and see how we can all make a change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jalik and Aisha. Let me ask you to please stay on stage because we also want to acknowledge your partnership and your contribution to this amazing conference. Allow me to welcome Mr. Jean-Pierre Mubirigi, the former president of RIBA, and he's been with us for a very long time and is still here with us. And he is the winner of the best dressed man last night. We'll still brag about it, and that's an amazing milestone to have. Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate it. Next on the agenda is another moment to acknowledge a partner. The partner couldn't make it here today. It's Africa Re. They couldn't make it due to different reasons, but they did send a message. Now we understand that things do happen. Sometimes you plan and it's called a ripple effect and unintended consequences. You should, I think now I understand why we should ensure my plans. Yeah, so my plans. I come to you and say, I plan to do this. In case I don't do it, pay for what I've made. It's not a life product. Ah, okay. Whoever gives that. I feel like this thing of insuring, I think we insure everything that we do. I will be insuring my words. I can easily damage someone's emotions. So anyone who has that package that will insure everything I say. So I can just say it, I'll take it up with a broker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they sent through a message, and allow me to just read it for you. This is Agre Mwesigwa, and sent us a message today. We congratulate the RIBA organizing committee for putting up this third edition of the conference. Africa Re is proud to be associated with RIBA fraternity, and we applaud your activities and success as brokers. Your role in developing and distributing products across Rwanda cannot be understated. You are gallant foot soldiers in the war to reduce the insurance penetration gap in Rwanda. This resonates well with the Africa Re mandate to foster the growth of the insurance industry in Africa. Africa Re supports the growth and prosperity of all insurance companies in Rwanda, and we shall continue to deploy our A-rated insurance capacity in the market to support the resilience of the insurance sector. To RIBA and to all partners in Rwanda, onward and forward. That's a message to you all, and we also have a video to emphasize it. Let me have the AV team support me on that.
In 2023, Africa Re recorded a premium income of $1.1 billion US, crossing the $1 billion mark for the first time and consolidating its position among the largest and leading reinsurers on the continent and in the Middle East. Africa Re is the best-rated African financial institution with no callable capital or preferred creditor status. These achievements were made in a difficult global economic environment, compounded by the specific challenges of the African continent, namely the depreciation of local currencies and record high inflation. Despite these constraints, our story reflects strategic resilience, financial robustness, unique value proposition, and strong leadership. How did we get here? Africa Re was established in 1976 in a global macroeconomic environment that was lopsided against Africa and other emerging economies. Africa Re therefore received the mandate to build a robust, self-reliant African integrated reinsurance market that could underwrite large risks and reduce foreign exchange outflow by retaining more premium within Africa. What an ambitious undertaking for the economic development of the continent. Africa Re shareholding has over the years expanded to 42 African member states, the African Development Bank, and 113 African reinsurers. Backed by such a fortified structure, the corporation has stood the test of time in executing its strategic mission. From Accra in Ghana to Lagos in Nigeria, steered by visionary leaders, the corporation has adopted a strategic growth that has, in the span of 2 decades, expanded its footprint to all the geographic zones of the continent. Casablanca, Nairobi, Johannesburg, Cairo, Abidjan, Mauritius, Addis Ababa and Kampala, thus offering services more attuned to the local context in all the 54 African countries. The corporation also established Africa Retakaful to align with the growing trend of Sharia-compliant financial services. Africa Re is also present in Dubai, Brazil, the Middle East, India, China, and Southeast Asian countries. Thanks to its profound understanding of the African market's potential and complexities, the corporation has been able to record a steady growth since inception. From 1978 to date, gross written premium has grown from a meager $3.5 million to a sizable $1.1 billion in 2023. In the same time span, shareholders' funds grew from $4.5 million to over $1 billion, making Africa Re one of the largest suppliers of quality underwriting capacity in the African reinsurance landscape. Today, with $2.2 billion, the corporation plays a significant role in the economic development of its member countries. Since 2009, the company has maintained international financial strength rating of A- from Standard & Poor's and A Excellent from AM Best, both with stable outlook. These accolades are a testament to Africa Re's enduring stability and excellence. Proximity to our clients is paramount to our operations. Through our offices, we diligently offer reinsurance capacity and provide technical assistance in all lines of non-life and life business according to our core values of integrity, professionalism, and passion for excellence. In addition, we offer reinsurance capacity for emerging risks through our specialty products on agriculture, climate-related risks, cyber liability, political violence and terrorism, as well as kidnap and ransom. We also offer training sessions and seminars to insurance companies, brokers, regulators, and risk managers on various insurance and reinsurance topics in order to build the human capacity needed in the industry. As leaders in the industry, we make every effort to spearhead the implementation of ESG initiatives while diligently implementing new industry reporting standards. Africa Re has successfully completed the first IFRS 9 and IFRS 17 compliant financial statements for the 2023 financial year. We are committed to the prompt settlement of claims to the delight of our customers. Over $2.3 billion was paid as claims between 2019 and 2023 alone, covering natural catastrophes, COVID-19 business interruption, oil installations, aviation disasters, and many more. Africa Re Foundation runs various corporate social responsibility projects, including the online training program, the Young Insurance Professionals Program, YIPP, which has so far enrolled over 5,000 young African insurers. Our African Insurance Awards for the celebration of excellence and innovation in the African insurance industry is now at its 9th edition. Distinguished clients and partners, we, the proud Africans, thank you for your support. Africa Re is now a $1 billion company, one among only a few in Africa with revenues over $1 billion. It's all because of you, your patronage, your partnership, your acceptance of the Pan-African vision has propelled us in the road to 1 billion reinsurance premium income. Thank you once again. Let us together go for the next billion. Thank you. We are Africa Re. Africa reassured.
And there it is. Africa Re is one of our gold partners that we have here today. Now, every partner is given a a reward or a gift, just a token of appreciation for being with us. I'm going to ask Dr. Ben Karenzi to come and just receive it on their behalf. We can take a photo so they can know that we remember them, whether they are here or not. I think since you are part of RIBA, you can receive it and present it at the same time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, it's 8 minutes before we hit 1 o'clock. It's time for lunch. Lunch is ready. We'll be back here in about an hour, 30 minutes. Please use the time well so that we can try and catch up with the agenda. Otherwise, we are done with half of the day, and the rest of the day is going to be quick. Let me remind you that we also have another time to show off our wardrobe. So please, I hope you remember the dinner will be coming up later on. But for the lunch, allow me to remind you that this lunch is brought to you by Africa Re in partnership with Prime Insurance. They're making sure that you have the energy you need for you to continue the session. So, bon appetit, enjoy, serve what you can, and don't think about your neighbor. We thought about everybody. All right? Thank you very much for being with us here today. Come back in about an hour and 30 minutes and we can proceed. Bon appetit and enjoy.
Made for me and you, yeah, love was made for me and you.
and then we leave the empty seats there. This line is okay, but for the rest of the, is that okay, or I should just let it go and we move on? You are okay working like, you can just take the front seats, and we get a little bit closer. Both. I'm kindly asking you, but it will be good if we do it, so that we close in a little bit. Like here, this is looking good, so we just close in. Those who are seated at the back, could you just join us the front here? Let's bring you into the VIP area. All right. How was lunch? It was super, right? Great. Lunch was good. That's amazing. I would love to remind you that Prime Insurance, as well as Africa RE, made sure that we have a good meal today. And on that note, allow me to welcome Mr. Eric from Prime Insurance. He's going to be taking us through the moment of understanding the business. And then we'll also get to hear from Prime Insurance on a presentation about AI and integration of Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Mike. I just murdered his name, so the best we can do is really clap for him as he walks in. The floor is all yours, Mike.
Good day, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Busa. Can you? Oh, yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, my name is Mike Busa, as I was saying. I'm the Commercial Director of Prime Insurance. I believe my colleague Gary could have done better, but we'll hear from you again very shortly, it's okay. First of all, today I was given a task of cooking to make sure that you had your lunch. I hope you enjoyed my cooking skills. I can see Miravumba smiling. I just beat you from your presentation, isn't it? Thank you very much. On a serious note, from Prime Insurance, we are proudly here and thankful to be given this opportunity as a sponsor, but also as a partner. Brokers are our very key partners, so is reinsurers. In the brokerage, if you are closing this year with very close to 5 billion. Profitability, I would say that not very far from what Miravumba said. It was about 2.9 billion last year. And as we close in June, reporting our first semester of 2024, we were just at that mark. So half year, we had already 2.8 unaudited. And we are looking forward to closing the year in even better position. Today I was delegated by my CEO, but I'd like to ask the technical team to actually play his message. I'm only delivering, opening up for him, and after that I'll be glad to come back and do more discussions. Thank you. Sorry, the technical team is having some issues. Ready to go? We good? 1 minute. Well, the skills of God is cooking. I can't sing. What else do you want me to do this time? My apologies, but at least we're catching up with those who have been joining us. Yes. Ready? Tech team, if it's not working, just let me.
Distinguished guests, esteemed partners and valued customers, it's a privilege to be part of this year's Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association RIBA Annual Conference 2024. And I'm thankful to be sharing this journey of Prime Insurance Limited. As we gather here today, I would like to invite you to imagine something with me, a world where every step you take is secure, where every journey you embark on is covered, and where every aspect of your health and well-being is safeguarded. This vision is not just an ideal, it's a reality that we strive to create every day at Prime Insurance. Our mission is simple yet profound, to ensure that every Rwandan has access to the appropriate insurance coverage, delivered with the highest level of customer service and satisfaction. This mission drives every decision we make and every product we offer. We're not just an insurance company, we're your partner in securing the future. But what does this really mean? It means that when you choose Prime Insurance, you're not just buying a policy, you're investing in a peace of mind. You're choosing a partner who is committed to standing by your side, not just in the good times, but especially in the challenging moments. We believe that every Rwandan deserves the peace of mind that comes with knowing they are protected by the best. This belief is the cornerstone of our operations, and it drives us to continuously innovate and improve. Our vision is to be the leading and most admired financial institution in Rwanda, admired not just for our products and services, but for the value we uphold and the trust we build with our customers. We aspire to be a company that our customers and employees are proud to be associated with. This vision is not just a distant dream, it's something we work towards every day. We believe that through hard work, innovation, and relentless focus on customer satisfaction, we can achieve this goal. And we continue to grow and evolve. We are committed to staying true to our core values, which are result-focused, teamwork, communication, trust, meritocracy, and excellence. These values guide us in everything we do, and we ensure that we remain steadfast in our mission. Let me take you on a journey of evolution, growth, and transformation in the world of insurance, a journey that's Prime Insurance. It all began in 1995 when Prime Insurance was first established as Korea Limited. From its inception, it was driven by a vision to provide reliable and comprehensive insurance services to the people of Rwanda. With a strong foundation, the company obtained a license from the National Bank of Rwanda, allowing it to offer both general and life insurance services, a significant milestone that set the stage for its future endeavors. But as the industry evolved, so did we. In December 2011, in response to regulatory directives and with a clear focus on expanding our services, we created Prime Life Insurance Limited. This marked a pivotal moment in our journey as we embarked on providing long-term insurance policies. By May 2012, the regulator had authorized this new venture, further solidifying our commitment to serving the insurance needs of our community. And fast forward in 2014, Prime Insurance found itself at another crossroad, this time under the ownership of Green Oaks Global Holdings, we continue to build on our legacy. However, significant challenges were on the horizon. In 2017, we welcomed new shareholders, Rwanda Mountain Tea and the Kitabi Tea Company, who brought fresh energy and renewed focus to our mission. And then came 2023, a year that marked yet another transformative chapter in our story. Africa, recognizing the value and potential of Prime Insurance, acquired the majority ownership of the company. Today we stand strong in Africa and Kitabi Tea Company, our principal shareholders, guiding us into a future filled with promise and innovation. But our journey is far from over. We know that the world is changing rapidly and we must evolve with it. That's why we are committed to continuous innovation, to finding new ways to serve our customers better and to meet their changing needs. Today, I'm excited to share with you some of the innovations we have introduced, designed to make insurance not just accessible, but also seamless and personalized. Take, for instance, our Prime Medical Insurance. It's more than just a policy. It's a commitment to ensuring that your health, whether at home or abroad, is always in safe hands. We understand that health is the most precious asset one can have, and we've tailored our medical insurance plans to cater to the unique needs of individuals, families, SMEs, and large corporations. With options like Isonga and Imena plans, we offer coverage that extends beyond borders, ensuring you receive quality healthcare wherever you are. This is not just an insurance, it's a lifeline that ensures your well-being at every stage of life. Our motor insurance is another example of a commitment to innovation. We've crafted it to keep you moving, no matter where the road takes you. With comprehensive coverage options like the Platinum, Passenger, and Solo plans, we've designed our motor insurance to protect you, your passengers, and your vehicle in every possible scenario. Whether you're commuting to work, taking a road trip, or simply running errands, you can drive with confidence, knowing that you are covered by Prime Insurance. And then there's our USSD code, *177#. This simple yet powerful tool is the key to managing your insurance with a simplicity that matches the speed of life today. With just a few steps on your phone, you can buy, renew, and check the validity of your motor insurance anytime, anywhere. No more waiting in lines, no more paperwork, just seamless, efficient service at your fingertips. As we stand on the threshold of the future, I'm filled with optimism and excitement. The world is evolving and so we are. But no matter how much we grow, one thing will never change: our commitment to you, our valued customers and partners. We are here to secure your tomorrow, today, and every day after that. We are here to ensure that you can face the future with confidence, knowing that Prime Insurance has you covered. And we will continue on this journey together. We promise to keep innovating, to keep improving, and to keep putting your needs at the heart of everything we do. So let's dive and explore how we're making this happen. Together we're building a future where security, trust, and excellence are not just values, they are realities. Thank you for being part of Prime Insurance family. Together, let's secure tomorrow today.
Thank you very much. Allow me to welcome the representatives from Kenya and Burundi. You're going to be helping me giving Prime Insurance a recognition of joining us here today. Mike, would you please help us join us here so that we could take that photo and remember such a beautiful moment. We're going to be joined by the Brokers Association representative from Kenya and as well as Burundi, and they are going to help us in awarding. Thank you. You can both, we want to make it as powerful as it can be, protected by both countries.
And that's why we've created Prime Medical Insurance, your trusted partner in safeguarding your health and well-being. Whether you're an individual, a family, or a corporation, Our Prime Medical Insurance offers tailored plans to fit your needs. Starting with the Isonga plan, this option is perfect for individuals, families, and small businesses, offering extensive coverage both at home and across East Africa, India, and Europe. Your well-being is our priority, no matter where life takes you. For corporations, the Imena plan provides customizable medical coverage for groups of 10 or more members. It ensures that employees receive the care they need, from routine checkups to specialized treatments, even abroad. What sets Prime Medical Insurance apart is our comprehensive benefits. From inpatient and outpatient care to maternity, dental, and optical services, we cover every aspect of your health. Our coverage even extends to overseas medical treatments and the wellness package that includes annual checkups and access to fitness facilities. With Prime Medical Insurance, you're not just buying a policy, you're joining a community that values your health and peace of mind. Trust us to be there today and tomorrow, protecting what matters most.
Thank you very much. That is part of the presentation. And now we're going to go into a topic that is trending everywhere. I mean, AI is taking over. I don't know if you have known AI is a partner now in life. I still have a few questions around it, but hey, it is what it is and it's here to stay. Now, how does it affect our work or support what we do, and how is it integrated into the sector? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a presentation from Eric from Prime Insurance. Eric here is going to give us the future of AI in insurance, new business models, and disruptions. Allow me to welcome Mr. Eric Nyongabo, Director of ICT and Innovation at Prime Life Insurance. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. I can see after lunch people are starting sleeping. I don't know how I'm going to present, but hopefully you will follow. Thank you, Arthur. I'm very honored to be here in this third RIBA Annual Forum 2024. Presenting to you, I don't see my presentation. The screen here. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Chairperson RIBA, distinguished guest, CEO present here. I'm very happy to be present here to present to you in this forum the future of artificial intelligence insurance, new business models, and disruption. Next, please. So my name is Eric Nyongabo, as Arthur said. As you know, human from inception, from long in history, they have tried to make changes, to do innovation, to try make the life easy. As you can see, we have the innovation of printing presses. We have the commercial electricity, which we are still enjoying even today. We have airplanes, we have guests who comes today via airplanes. You can understand how this innovation helping us. You know the revolution of internet and computers. And lastly, the smartphone, which I think everyone here, you have it in your hands. So these innovations has helped a lot of peoples, but also among others, simulating, transforming, we have also the artificial intelligence. Next, please. But when you talk about artificial intelligence, what do you think? In simple words, it's just a process of simulating the human intelligence in a way computer or machine can think, learn, and perform tasks as human can do. This is not new things in this world, because the initial was done in 1956. You can understand how long it was initiated. And the scientists and the philosophers and the researchers continue to try to improve it, do researches, but due to the issue of computer performance, which was not capable to do or to run those data, or even not having the data enough to teach and learn as needed for the AIs. Only in 2010 is where now this part becomes again more usable until the present. So that past period is called the AI winter, but today we are now in modern AI, where now practically the AI can be used in different way. Next, please. No? Okay, thank you. Today, we can see artificial intelligence in every industry. In manufacturing, I think you know, like the manufacturing for the Tesla with the electrical cars. We have in health care, we can find it in the financial services, customer services, you can find it in education, in smart cities, and also in insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, in insurance, you can find in insurance, but before we touch on the insurance and where it is working, I wanted to call upon you to remember the history of Kodak, Nokia, Xerox, and Yahoo, how those companies failed to refusing embracing the technology. Like Kodak is the one who, his engineer invented the digital camera, but they didn't want to use it until Canon and other companies, competitors, just use it, and then the company corrupts. You know, the Nokia with the smartphone, Xerox with the personal computers, but also Yahoo with search engine, which now everywhere is Google. So this is just to remind you that, yes, the AI is here. We have it in different industries, as I said, but if you don't embrace it, we may end up like these companies. So where can we find today's AI in practice? I tried to check from some reference and reports where, like the McKinsey, Deloitte. So there is some statistic which shows where now we have the AI in practice. So we can use the AI in fraud detection, and if, like some examples we have, like AXA, Switzerland, they use AI in fraud detection. You can find it in risk assessment, like Zurich Insurance. We have it in claim processing. There is a company called MyCover here in Nigeria, and is partnering now with Sanlam and other big companies here in Africa to try to see how they can start using the AI in claim processing. For the customer services, I think most of insurance here in Rwanda, you know that We already have one which is called chatbot from Rwanda National Bank, where customer can complain using the chatbot. So this is the starting, but we hope that in the near future we have many things. You know SMART, for those who are in medical here, they're already starting implementing the AI for claim vetting in their processes for medical claims. So we hope that in the near future we may start using this. So what I'm trying to say is not history, but it is already here. Some companies have already started using it. So if you take globally from the statistic, how it is, you will find that like the company in global, in insurance, have already started implementing this are between 30 and 40% for the global insurance companies. So, but when you see in the different processes, the fraud detection is the leading, which has 40%. There is also the customer service chatbot, which is on 30%, claim processing on 25%, and the underwriting process on 20%. So these are global statistics. But when you see how it is helping the process we have here, you can see that on the claim processing, they have reduced the time to close the process up to 20 to 30 and 40%. But on the rate of detecting frauds has improved up to 50%. And on the customer services using the chatbot, they have already started reducing the cost up to 25%. So you understand that it is being used, even if it is not reach everywhere, but many companies have started also thinking how to make it happen and using the artificial intelligence in the processes. Ladies and gentlemen, even if we can see good things from the AI, but it brings also some challenges and disruption. So, for example, it's about the employment. We'll need to rescale the staff to make sure that they can go hand in hand with these new technologies. But also, another good thing is it just brings some new jobs, like for the data scientists, the AI engineers. Those are the new jobs that will be created. But also there is another challenge for the data protection and data security, because to use the AI, we need a lot of data, and those data may be misused or just having some cyber attack, which can lead to that issue. So that is also things while we think about the AI in our operation, but also think about those challenges which comes with it. It is not only this, but also about the regulation. The regulation is also to go hand in hand with insurers to make sure that the ethical things or the ethical part is also covered. On the other hand, due to how AI will trend, there will be more direct sell where customer and the insurance company can close the deal without intervention of agent. So that also understand how it affects another part. But so not only this, there is also the bias on how the AI algorithm are trained. So means we need also to touch on the side of audits to make sure that what the AI are using are really compliable with what we need as insurance, because the basic principles of insurance need to stay as it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying about this AI, but how to embrace this new technology. As we have here with decision makers, I think it's a time to have like a roadmap to make sure that we can implement this new technology in our operation. for the short term, we need to make sure that we start thinking how we can bring the AI in our overall strategies, because we need to have a strategy to make sure that we are going in the same way, but also because we need data that will be used with these AIs to start also having the data governance strategies, and also prepare the staff for the future, and work with regulation to start working on the regulation where we don't have, but also think about the partnership with the AI tech companies. For those who were last year here, you remember the theme, the power of partnership. So we need also to think about this. And trying to implement in the AI in our operations, we can start like in the middle term, think about how this can be implemented using the weak AI, like the chatbot or the fraud detection, but also making sure that we have clear regulations to follow, and for brokers and agents start thinking on how we can use the AI for client advisory and the risk assessment. But in long term is where now we can still thinking how this AI can be fully integrated in all our operation. To conclude, I wanted to show you that today we already have AI is driving some advancement, as I said, like claim processing, detecting frauds, customer satisfaction, and also enabling new business models and product. But it's bring also new challenges which we need to address, like the ethical consideration with the AI usage, the job displacement, and also the data privacy and security concerns. But we have the way forward, knowing that in the near future, we will have AI supporting us to address and processing efficiently claims, and also provide the personalized product and services. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to tell you that we need to think on this and plan on this. Otherwise, we may fail like Kodak, Nokia, and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eric. If there is anyone with a question, you can feel free to pop it up, because I understand you might have one or two. Eric, is that okay if you would take a few? Thank you very much. Could we have some microphones here? In the meantime, you can use mine.
Thank you, Ava. And thank you, Eric, for the presentation. In the distribution of use of AI in the insurance industry, you mentioned a couple of them: claims processing, fraud detection, blah, blah. So underwriting, you say it's about 20%, which appears to be very low. I think my interest is how is AI applied in the underwriting? Because I imagine underwriting really involves a lot of personal judgment, as opposed to a machine interpreting the underwriting considerations.
Thank you very much. To respond as I started, the AI is the way the machine are trained to think and learn like a human, and all of this are basing on data. So that's why those interpretation or pricing will need to have all the data that when you do the underwriting, even if you say that is a personal judgment, but that personal judgment can be defined. So those data is where are referring for to create models which help to do the underwriting. So that, to add on that, that's why even why we spend a lot of time without using it. It was because there was an issue of collecting those data, storing those data, but also processing all those data. And for now, that's no longer an issue. You can send a contract right now sitting there. You can respond on WhatsApp, a call. All those are information. We have, I don't know if I can mention it, but there is some companies here which are processing like crimes without having any paper. All are digital. Means those are data which can be used to see how those claims are processed, then close the claims. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric. That was a good presentation. And, well, artificial intelligence is here to stay, and something we should know. We are living in a period where we have cars that don't have drivers. And the day will come when police has no one to ask for permits. You stop a car, you are seated behind, and you do not require a driving license because you are not actually driving. So what happens if you knock someone, you say, it is the AI that knocked the person. I am very, very innocent. I'm also a victim. I saw it happening, I couldn't stop it. Allow me to do a very small exercise just to wake you up. Is that okay? Because I feel like some of us had a lot of starch. Starch has a way with our body, it can literally drop you down. And through that, the exercise is going to be simple, because I know we have some of the guys here, it's your first time or second time, but you don't know much about Rwanda. So I'm gonna give you some few activities. All right, let me just pick this announcement and... All right, are you ready? Okay, I'm gonna divide you in two groups. I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is one group. These 3 tables, these rows here. This is the second group, and this is the third group. This is what is going to happen. We are going to make a rhythm, all right? It's a Rwandan tradition rhythm with 3 groups. It's very simple. This group is going to make the hand clap. It's like this. Okay? Come on, put some energy. Like you're paid to do that. I can't pay for that. Okay, perfect. All right, now you see, that's a Rwandan traditional clap, okay? If you ever go in a party and you don't know anything, just do that. It goes into every rhythm. Every rhythm. Every song in Rwanda is in this 4 count. And then, okay, wait. Now what is group 3 doing? What's going on? Hey, I'm coming with your rhythm. Now, this is how it goes. After you do it, hey, hey. Perfect. Now you. This is a bit of a complicated clap. The people who do it are paid. It's rare to find people who pay them do it, but let's give it a try, okay? It's possible. This is how it goes. Now let's go to the impatient group. All right. Now you guys are not clapping, okay? You are laughing at them. All right? All you do, you are like, hey, hey. You get it? This is it. It's hey, hey. Let's try 5, 6, 7, go. Guys, it's hey, hey. We go 5, 6, 7, go. And then you begin. Okay, I'll be directing you. I'm part of this team because you guys have the toughest, okay? Okay, now, let's try and make a performance. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, do you think it can work? It's gonna be the same rhythm, okay? We're gonna start with this team, and then we go with this, and then we end with that, and then we see how that category will work out. Okay? Are we ready? 5, 6, 7, go. Hey. 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 Now, your payment, please send your invoice to the HR. He's on leave. Yeah, we'll send it later. Allow me to take this moment and thank you for being part of that. I know how hard it is for somebody to make you do something that is a bit out of the comfort zone, but it's just for us to break a little bit. Mr. Eric, thank you for the presentation. And we also have a token of appreciation for putting together such information and sharing it with us. Let me have the team join us here today. All right, beautiful. I'm gonna work with my colleague from Kenya. Me and you know each other, so you can help me out on this and help me. It's part of your exercise. And all right, thank you very much. This is amazing. Now, Mr. Eric, can AI do that? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, thank you very, very much, and thank you for following. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, this is someone that we've heard from before, hosted us last night, and he's here to give us a presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Kevin Moria, Managing Director of Continental RE, and he'll be giving us a good topic on deepening penetration, domestication of insurance risks. Please give him a warm welcome as he takes the stage. Thank you. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon. Let me test the apparatus first. Thank you very much for hosting us. It's a good afternoon for me. I was once told, okay, that in a conversation, if you want to put your audience at ease, you must break the ice, okay? So I have been to Rwanda now, this is the 4th time, the first time was last year. I remember my first trip before I came to Rwanda. I asked my elder brother Ron about Rwanda, and he said, don't worry about it, okay? When you land, when you step out of the plane, if everyone looks beautiful, then you're in Rwanda. And so, you know, that was my first trip to Rwanda. I will ask my colleague Justus to do a presentation on the organization's offering after I am done with my presentation, now that I am here. I think this is a very interesting subject, okay? I will be speaking about deepening penetration and the fact that a large cause of low penetration levels in this country and in the region is the fact that a lot has also been externalized. I will present a roadmap, but it's not the panacea. It's just thoughts from a business leader on how we can address this problem collectively. But first, I would want to put things into context. I'll start by Africa. When you take a look at Africa, our global contribution to global trade and population, in terms of global trade, we contribute 3% of the total global trade. Our population, however, is 18% of the global population. When you look at intra-Africa trade, in the year 2023, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa reported that intra-Africa trade amongst African countries declined as opposed to increasing. Not so encouraging. In terms of insurance, we only contribute 1% of the total global GWP, according to the Africa Insurance Organization. Our average insurance penetration rate as a continent is roughly 2.4%. Infrastructure is a very good indicator of development. The Africa Finance Corporation Infrastructure Report for 2024 indicates that we still have a huge infrastructure lag in the continent, be it roads or telecommunications infrastructure. But where do we sit as insurance, as we interact with other sectors of commerce? The origins of insurance are birthed in commerce. From the time marine insurance came up as merchants figured out how they were going to manage the risk of loss of goods in the high seas. That has not changed. We see a huge connection between insurance and the sectors that you see right in front of you. Government conducting business, pensions and financial services, manufacturing and construction, extraction, mining activities, technology, services, and all other sectors of the economy that I have not mentioned. It's an ecosystem, and our fortunes are tied to each other very closely. When you look at insurance penetration, right across the globe, global insurance penetration rates stand at 7%. In Europe, 5%. In South Africa, very impressive 11.3%. In Africa, 2.4%. In Rwanda, it is 1%. East Africa insurance penetration rates average about 2.4%. So Rwanda, though a thriving economy, a beacon of hope in this continent, still lags behind in terms of insurance penetration. And we hope to unpack what the causal factors are and the roadmap to improving this in the next few slides. In summary, however, in terms of Africa, we see a couple of opportunities, challenges from the previous slides, and a couple of facts that we can derive from what we've just seen. In terms of opportunities, this continent holds a lot of natural resources that are still untapped. Africa continent free trade area is one of the largest free trade areas, consisting of 43 member states and 11 signatories, second only to the World Trade Organization. One will ask, why is intra-Africa trade then suffering since 2018 when this organization was set up? Population is at 1.2 billion, largely youth, in an environment where education and information is very democratized. Governance cuts on both sides. In a place like Rwanda, it's an example to the rest of the world on what good governance can do to an economy and to the peoples of a nation. On the other side, we have challenges. Climate risk, geopolitical risk have continued to affect this continent and affected our fortunes as well, right across all the sectors. Fiscal strain, debt distress, as you've seen in recent past, is another issue. The volatility in the global markets continue to affect our economies as well. I mentioned earlier on that this slowed intra-Africa trade, while regulation has not moved fast enough to adapt to the changing times in a lot of the economies. There is low insurance penetration, and that's a fact, as we've seen in the previous slides. Governance is a challenge in a number of the economies where you've heard that there has been violence, there has been unrest. With that, I believe we've given a little context about the world that we live in, and Africa, our beloved continent, where we operate in as Rwanda. Taking a look at Rwanda, there are a couple of successes, opportunities, and challenges worthy of note that are important in giving context to the issue of insurance penetration in this economy. GDP growth is projected to be at 7.2% up to the year 2026. This is very, very impressive, and this is from a World Bank report. This is higher than global projected GDP growth rates and African ones as well. In terms of governance, the World Bank reckons that one of the reasons that Rwanda has maintained such high GDP growth rates is because of the good governance, a lot of fiscal and monetary discipline demonstrated by the government in a sustainable way, points to a future of promise for this economy. Sectoral growth is very, very interesting. 46% of this GDP in this country is supported by the services industry, and insurance sits smack in there. Energy and infrastructure have been growing significantly, with the government dedicating at least 10% of its annual budget on infrastructure growth. There is commitment from the government to drive the right development agenda to spur economic growth in this country. Yet, insurance penetration, like we've said, is still low. The industry GWP in this country is fairly small as well, projected to be at $1.8 billion by the end of 2024 and slightly above 2 billion by 2028. Regulation is robust. We've seen a lot of regulatory reform come through. As the regulator goes ahead to set up a framework that would improve fair play, strengthen good business practice in the insurance industry, and spur growth. Last year, when I visited the market, I was pleasantly informed that the regulator had called in all the CEOs from the insurance market to ask what the blueprints for innovation were. Very forward-looking indeed. The key sectors in Rwanda that we need to think about as we think about insurance penetration, as we established earlier on, that commerce and insurance are married, are mining. Target by the government is to raise its contribution to GDP by around 6%. That's very focused indeed. Manufacturing, there's a lot of activity there. 30% of all new investments registered are attributable to manufacturing. Energy is also a very interesting growth area, as 45% of all new investments registered had to do with energy. Agro-processing and agriculture remains a very big contributor to GDP, with 25% of GDP serviced by agro-processing and agric. Like we said earlier on, health and other services contribute 46%. We've spoken about infrastructure and the government's commitment through its budgetary actions in this economy. But what's the importance of this specific slide? Like we said, insurance is tied to commerce. So why are all the other sectors growing and insurance not growing? Don't we have a very big opportunity as a country, as an industry, to grow insurance penetration? I will propose a roadmap, a couple of humble thoughts from a business leader. It's not, it's not, like I said, the panacea. A lot has been written about what to do in terms of improving insurance penetration in this economy. But first, let me revisit the subject matter of this presentation. The subject matter of this presentation is deepening penetration, but domestication of insurance. I want to give this some perspective. What do we mean by domestication of insurance? What we mean by domestication of insurance is that there is a deliberate effort to ensure that more risks are underwritten in this economy as opposed to being externalized to foreign parties. And I'll give an example. When you look in specialized areas like oil and gas, where companies have got nuanced proprietary assets that are only understood by them, it is more often than not a case where they have captive insurance solutions because they're the only ones who understand this risk. And so insurance is externalized because of lack of capacity in the country to underwrite those types of risks. And that is an example of externalized versus domestication. And as I was thinking about domestication of insurance and what it means in terms of insurance penetration, there was a lot of convergence in terms of the roadmap, with a lot of the solutions cutting across the subject of domestication of insurance as a stepping stone to improving penetration. We propose a certain approach in addressing this issue. And the first is to identify the factors hampering penetration. One, it's technical capability and capacity constraints. If one of the big global oil companies were to come here and put up a rig for hundreds of billions of dollars, there is no way this economy is going to be able to underwrite it. The risk has to be externalized. But their machinery is so proprietary, so unique to them, an element that gives them competitive edge when they're competing out there in the oil fields with other oil companies, that it would take us a long time to understand that type of machinery and indeed how to underwrite the associated risks. So that is one of the factors hampering penetration. The second thing obviously is purchasing power. And this cuts across all segments of the market, be it the commercial, be it the retail. Money is a factor. Insurance comes at a cost. And so this is a factor that must be addressed. Product and distribution design shortcomings. We need to remain relevant. But as an insurance industry globally, we've lagged compared to the financial services, to technology. We are referred to as laggards when it comes to innovation. We need to rethink innovation as an industry. Finally, is externalization of the service, which I've spent some time speaking about, so I will not revisit it. So we have identified the factors hampering penetration. The second step in our roadmap is to identify role play, the main actors in this whole thing, this whole ecosystem. One, we have service providers, and that is where the traditional service providers sit. Our insurers, reinsurers, intermediaries, and investors who provide capital. The new player that is coming in strong is the innovator, and that cannot be ignored. They're the fintechs, they're the insurtechs, they're aggregators, they're the technology firms. They support our distribution channels at very competitive prices, offering very unique customer experience. One does not need to visit an office to procure some insurance cover. They are a very important aspect of the insurance ecosystem that cannot be ignored. The third, obviously, are promoters, and that's why we are here. We're here courtesy of RIBA. Next time, we may be here because of the Rwanda Insurance Association. We have analysts, think tanks, NGOs who are promoters of the product, and they cannot be ignored as we figure out the roadmap. Then we have the government and public. We have the regulator, governments. They structure multilateral, bilateral agreements that support the deepening of insurance, not just in Rwanda, but across the region. Having identified the key actors and identified the causal factors, we must think very differently. You cannot go on doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So we must redefine our purpose. All those players that we've just talked about. And a critical part of redefining that purpose is reflecting once again that over and above our commercial concerns, the client is right at the center. We exist for the client. Then the commercials follow for what is a business without clients. And so how do we do this? We must redefine our purpose. And one of the things that is really underrated is collaboration. And may I add, patriotism. Patriotism is really, really underrated. We must indulge in foreign consumption, but to the point it does not mute our abilities to provide for ourselves. And that is what I call patriotism. But we must also collaborate. All of us, governments, promoters, innovators, and the traditional service providers, we must bring ourselves together and start speaking the same language. I know this may come as a surprise, but it's not always the case. In some economies, we have insurance brokers taking divergent views from insurers and reinsurers. That should not be the case. We must be able to come together with the client at the center and fashion sustainable solutions and increase penetration. The second thing is obviously to educate. One of the reasons insurance penetration is low is lack of education. And as like we've said, in the areas of specialty risks, we need to build capacity. Those of us that have those capabilities must train the market. I remember 2-3 months ago, I think, Continental Re was here doing some oil and gas training. I know CG Re has done some oil and gas training in the region, and a couple of reinsurers are supporting the market in that place. It must be sustained. It is not the last set of trainings that must be done. It must be done over and over again until the market is confident that it has groomed underwriters that can take on specialty risks and give investors the confidence that they can put out some more capital out there because there's an underwriter who can underwrite those specific risks. And then finally, we must redefine our purpose and put protection at the top of everything. Now, I'm not just thinking about protection in its literal sense of insurance or risk management or protection of property. I'm talking about treating customers fairly. There are a lot of complaints by customers all over about how insurers treat them at the point the obligation of a claim comes up. We must really rethink how we apply protection. After redefining our role, redefining our purpose, we must sink a little deeper and redefine our roles, adapt to the changing environment. And I've just put up an example, and I'll speak to just a few, and I'll start with brokers. We must redefine our roles from the salesperson or the traditional distribution channel to include value adds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is happening already. Risk advisory. When a client walks into your office as a broker, the conversation must not end at, I want this type of cover. The conversation must progress to the next step, where you as an insurance professional offer to go view the site of the risk that is being underwritten. Because when you see it as a risk management professional, additional risks that need to be addressed will become apparent, and you would then add value to the client. We must become aggregators, and we must be very conscious about that, because at a broker's desk is where the client meets the insured, the insurance company, okay? And perhaps that is where the client and the insurance company must experience a digital platform that you've innovated that would improve the customer experience from end to end and at a much cheaper price, thereby impacting downstream the ultimate price of the product to the client, increasing penetration. But alongside that whole issue of collaboration, we must be involved in advocacy, and we must not sit alone as brokers. We must seek out all the other parties, including our government and our regulator, to come up with meaningful, radical, disruptive changes in the insurance space for the betterment of the insured. For insurers, we must migrate from the traditional underwriter. I keep on telling my staff, my team, if you walk into a corporate banker's office requiring a facility, they will ask for a very long list of items. They will then visit your plant, look at the nuts and bolts, and at the end of that day, actually understand your business in some regard much better than you, and then offer you a solution. We need to move in the same direction, taking time to understand our client business models, okay? Understand our client social setting so that we can fashion the right type of solution that the client needs, not what the client thinks they need, because they're not a risk expert. We are the risk management experts. So we need to shift from just takers from our clients to playing a strong advisory role, because that is our value proposition. We are not just a back office that takes in requests, quotes, and issues cover. That's not who we are. We are more specialized than that. We must be innovators, we must collaborate, there must be advocacy, and then as insurers, there must be a lot of cross-industry partnering. Drawing your attention back to the earlier slide where we spoke about insurance and commerce being married, their fortunes dependent on each other. That's very, very important. As for insurers, we must move from back office providers of capital to cedants. We are not there as reinsurers to wait for a call from the cedant or from the insurer. Only when they need some additional capacity. We've been relegated to a back office with big balance sheet over time. That must change. We must be a strategic partner. And our client as reinsurers must also change. Our client, we must understand, is not really the cedant. Yes, it's a cedant. But ultimately, it's the primary insured. We are offering capacity to the insurer to take care of the primary insured. So we need to change our thinking, okay? And be proactive about it. But there is also a lot of commonality about what else we need to do around advocacy, collaboration, and innovation, as we've seen with brokers and insurers. And for the regulator, a shift from just enacting guidelines, enforcing compliance and fair play, to include intercontinental trade, inter-Africa trade promotion. Becoming an innovation catalyst, creating sandbox operations where the market can pilot innovative ideas and roll out successfully. And then work with the rest of us in terms of advocacy. These are just a few of the ideas around how we need to rethink our roles if we are going to get a different result. As we do that, there are some areas that must become a burning platform. They must be given priority. Out of the long list of items, we must move in very fast on some very specific areas that we need to address as quick wins so that we can improve penetration. One is research and innovation. Somebody earlier on talked about pricing. That is important. And the product, they must be relevant. Distribution channels must be rethought in this era of digitalization. Customer experience is a very important factor, as customers now are receiving services very differently from all other service providers. Why do we think we can serve the same client differently just because we are an insurance company? They cannot connect, they cannot relate. And that's why a lot of people think that we are laggards. We need to raise our game. Innovation is meant to confer efficiencies, okay? And with efficiencies come cost benefits. With cost benefits comes improved pricing. With improved pricing, there's improved uptake. And so penetration is gradually addressed. Capacity building is also something that we've talked about and we can achieve. And so, you know, there's a lot of training. And we've discussed this. But we must also think very carefully around strategic alliances. I've seen Swiss Re participating in the shareholding of a number of African entities. That's a strategic alliance. They bring on board not just capital, but they bring in technical know-how. And the organizations that they take up these stakes in will be able to leapfrog in terms of their offerings to the market. Then there is advocacy and collaboration that I will not discuss again, but I would just want to touch slightly on the balanced domestication piece. The regulation that we pursue must be structured very carefully because we don't exist in a vacuum. We conduct trade with different countries. We conduct trade with different parties. And so we have a primary objective of incubating our small businesses to be strong enough to grow. We have to structure our regulation in such a way that it does not kill intra-Africa trade, because that is the same path that our local companies will grow through outside of our boundaries as other companies from outside come into this country to promote trade. And so these are some of the priority areas that I think we can look at. Finally, as Continental Re, we remain committed to this market. It's very, very important to us. We've been here for a long time. Like I said, I've been here 4 times in the last 9-10 months. And our commitment is really captured in our corporate values. We are going to exercise a lot of integrity in our dealings. That is really consistent with the culture of this country. And so we are committed. We want to be good corporate citizens. We are going to exercise a lot of passion. We are passionate around finding unique solutions that fit this market and our clients. We are not going to be the typical off-the-shelf solution provider. We will sit down with you, listen, and structure. We will foster collaboration, and I'll be looking forward to a time when we can collaborate with RIBA, Rwanda Insurance Association, the regulator, very soon on this whole subject matter of domesticating of some of the risks that are now currently externalized. Remember, we want some of these risks domesticated so that then we can get exposed, develop our skills, convince investors that we can underwrite those risks enough for them to then put out capital. There is no shortage of capital on this planet where there is evidence that a service can be offered and offered competently. We will be responsive, and that is something that I assure you. This is a long-term relationship. We will respond addressing your issues. And finally, we will pursue excellence. It's not enough to be good, as I've seen in this country. You have to be better than good. We will pursue excellence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our commitment as Continental Re to this market. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will request that perhaps, Justus, we take the questions after you present the slides on Continental Re's value proposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin. And yes, indeed. But before we go, I think we would have to give you a token of appreciation. I'm afraid Justice can't take that for you. You'll have to take it. And allow me to have Rita. Rita is from Uganda. She's going to be the one giving you the token of appreciation. Now, we've seen the work of the artist, and whoever it is, they did an amazing job. Let's see what they've done with Kevin here and see if it's exactly as, oh. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Thank you very much. Now, has anybody ever told you you resemble Dangote at a certain point? They better. Well, now let's go into a bit of a small quick presentation because, again, Continental is a partner today, and we're going to welcome Mr. Justice. Justice? Yeah. Justice, if you're in the house, the floor is all yours. And then after that, I'll be telling you what's next. Thank you. Justice will be taking the questions that you also noted down, if you have any. Yeah, that's what they said. So the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. If you can see me, please do this. If you are awake, that is. People are awake. Oh, somebody is not awake. He didn't raise his hand. Oh, so I missed that one. Thank you, my brother. So we have a short clip that we're going to run for Continental Re. So I'm going to request the technical team to run that short clip, and then I will take you briefly through the profile of Continental Re, and then I can take the questions. Please, if you can.
We are risk managers with our knowledge, our history of managing risk. We should be playing a central role in building resilience of African communities. As insurers, we sit at the center of risk management. In Africa and across the globe, we are seeing an intensification of the impact of catastrophes. As insurers, we should be playing a key role in formulating risk financing solutions, but ultimately in the medium to long term, making sure that we are making society more resilient. Africa's biggest problem is really low penetration of insurance. I think what we call technically the protection gap. The first challenge for us in the immediate term is for us to come up with risk financing solutions in partnership with global partners, our national governments, local institutions, for us to be able to come up with immediate solutions there. Human capital, you've got financial capital. I think very close to that is really information capital, and it's all embraced in the data that we have. As Continental Re, we've been in existence now for 40 years, almost 40 years. We have built up an amazing repository of data, huge. And I think previously it was quite complex for you to be able to analyze. Generative AI has, the potential it has to democratize the whole environment of analysis of data, and we will be engaging global expertise that's focused on generative AI to see how we can make sense of the data repository that we've built. Product development, understanding better our markets, in formulating new solutions in underwriting, in pricing. Insurance has been criticized for being, fixated on paper. And I think we now have an opportunity to make sure that we are focusing a lot more on getting technology to enable our business. The world is renewing on a constant basis, I think constant flux. And I believe renewal of a corporate institution is primarily, you see it in the people. It's how you embrace young talent, how you are regenerating in terms of your talent base, and we have done that remarkably well, to a point where well over 65% of our people are under 5 years in the business, and I'm happy to say the vast majority of the ones that are joining us are under 35 years old. We've got a young team, enthusiastic, hungry, highly qualified, highly energetic, and I think the future is bright.
Excellent. Please appreciate Mr. Kevin Moria for that presentation that he did. And secondly, please appreciate myself for getting the courage to walk from there up to here. Yeah, Continental Re is a Pan-African reinsurer. Pan-African reinsurer that has existed, like our group managing director said, 39 years right now. Next year we'll be celebrating 40 years. 40 years is not a joke. You build, like you were saying, enough data to be able to perform what Eric was teaching us earlier, the artificial intelligence. We cannot do that without enough data that we have. If you can move to the next slide, please. The next one. Yes. Oh, yes. So we're going to have vision and mission. I don't know whether it's visible where you are. But as a company, Continental Re, we are, like I said, Pan-African reinsurer. And our vision is to be the premier Pan-African reinsurer. Premier meaning that we want to be top in the kind of services that we offer to you. And just like our MD was saying earlier, that we are making a commitment to you. Commitment that also includes excellence in our offering. We're just not offering anything less excellence. We must be excellent in the way that we offer our services to you. Our mission, we want to offer you credible services, to you, our stakeholder, to our shareholders also, credible value, credible services, and also sustainable value, of course, to our shareholders' funds. If you can go to the next one, next slide. The core values you are seeing there are being changed. So I just want to move to the next one. And the next one, I think I'm getting old. Am I getting old? Because I can't see them very, very well. Or my eyes are getting young. So let me go down so that I can be able to see. Arthur, if you can assist me with the mic, please, so I can move down. So I can be able to see them correctly. I don't want to say things that I'm not seeing correctly. Thank you, Arthur. You're a good man. You're a good man. So, yeah, I wanted to speak to this so that when I'm seeing it clearly, not far from where I'm seeing, who we are as a company. Like I said earlier, we are a Pan-African reinsurer. Private sector. In fact, we are the largest, only private sector reinsurer outside of South Africa. The largest, that is private sector. Forget about the government-owned companies. So us, as Continental Re, being a private, we are the largest one in the continent of Africa. And our emphasis has always been in trusted relationships. We do not enjoy compulsory sessions in our business. So what do? We've got to build relationships that are resilient. So constant engagement with our cedants, constant engagement with our brokers, constant engagement with the regulators, constant engagement with our partners also, then help us be able to build up very, very strong, trusted relationship. And of course, having been in business for all those years, we have been able to build diversified portfolio, profitable business. Over the years, Continental Re has been very, very profitable over the years. And that has, of course, continued to allow our shareholders to put in capital, additional capital year in, year out. We've got about 153 members of staff. I think at the time that we were writing this, it was about 120 plus. Now we're about 153 members of staff, which is quite significant, spread across 50 countries. You're saying 50 plus nationalities in Africa. The interesting part about Continental Re is the number of employees that we have is that out of that number, 57% of them are men, gentlemen, and then 43% are women. So we have already passed a third gender rule. That one Continental Re has passed. We are doing very well. Please clap for us for that purpose. Now, some of the value proposition that I just wanted to speak into before I close this conversation, it is those four of them. They are key to us. Our value proposition. What are we saying as a company? We are saying we want to be present. The fact that our tagline is Pan-African commitment made local means that we want to be present where you are. In fact, as a company, we are possibly the only company that has got the footprints spread across the continent. As you go to West Africa, you will find us. Central, you will find us. North Africa, you find us. Eastern, you will find us. Southern, you will find us. Spread across the continent of Africa. So we are present. Proximity means we are near you. We have a lot of local knowledge to be able to share it with you. Collaboration. We want to collaborate with you, like my MD has said earlier. We have very, very strong expertise and capabilities within us and very strong capacities. In fact, we have some of the largest capacities in engineering in the continent. I think it's the largest because we offer at about $50 million in this continent. So we bring to you now global tools, global skill sets. Our employees are people who have worked across the world, in different areas. We also bring in commitment. My boss has said that earlier. We bring in partnerships. We want to partner with you, walk that journey with you. We are not going to impose things to you. We want to partner with you. What do you want? What do you have? We are willing to bring it to you. Solutions. We are not problem bringers. We are solution providers. We have always said that as a company, we are solution providers. We bring solution to you. Where you have a problem, we will bring you a solution. Just there and then. So again, that of course helps us to be able to focus on what you call customer centricity. And finally, responsiveness. I think my boss has spoken quite a bit on that, but I just want to mention and say that we are also very flexible as a company. We are very agile. You bring us a risk, we think, and we are able to provide solution on the basis of what is there. We are not just going to follow guidelines and throw away
the underwriting judgment. No, we will not do that. We will ensure that we are walking the journey with you, speaking to the needs that you have, so that at the end of the day, all of us are growing as a team. Finally, claim settlement excellence. We are one of the few people in the continent that have this as our value proposition. Claim settlement excellence. We want to pay your claims within 72 hours. As long as you have provided documentation, it has been agreed, there's no problem. The problem we normally have is that you delay in giving us the documentations. So by the time we are settling the claim, it has taken more than 72 hours. So for us, give us documentations, everything is in line, your claim is properly agreed, no issue, we pay within 72 hours. Hello? I almost said amen, and then I remembered, no. Give me the next slide. I think the next slide is just basically talking about capacities, and then I can close that. Please, the next one, slide, please. Capacities. Next one on the capacities. That's how we are. That's how we spread across. I told you that already. Let's go to the next one on capacities. Yes. That's how our product is. I think that's important to speak into. The way our products are distributed is that we are very strong in property and engineering. So fire contributes about 39% of our book. Engineering, 12% of our book. So total of those books, more than 50% of our book is contributed by the property and engineering businesses. Now, if you bring in accident, 22%, and the rest, of course, is spread like that. But that basically tells you that as a company, we are mostly a P&C underwriter, property and casualty underwriter. That is who we focus ourselves in as a company. Next one, please, finally. Yes, underwriting capacities, like I was saying earlier, we offer you capacities of this nature, $40 million in the fire business. So if you have any fire business you have, wherever in the continent, we have been able to provide capacity. We realize these capacities are not being utilized because our customers are not giving it. So please, this is for you to utilize, not for us. So please, if you have a risk, $40 million, we can give you capacity on that. Engineering business, I say we have the largest capacities in Africa, in engineering business, $50 million. And that also gives you a lot of comfort to know that you cannot miss an opportunity. So again, agriculture business, I think we're also writing quite a lot of business in agri, $3.5 million. Boston guarantees, which is quite big in this market, $5 million, we can give you per risk. So please present those risks to us. We'll be able to offer you our support as much as we can. Now, I want to wrap it up there so that we can be able to attract any questions that you may have. Please, I'll be able to take those questions. And my senior, Kevin Moria, will help me to be able to answer those that I may be, unable to answer. So please, questions over to you. Ada, where are you? Ada is back.
All right, I think you might be having some questions, and if you do, please feel free to make Justin a bit uncomfortable. Anybody, if you do, it might be related on what they mentioned, on what Kevin touched on, or basically about continental RIBA. All right, we have a question from the gentleman from Uganda.
Well, since nobody has asked, I just want to be stubborn and make this people a bit uncomfortable. Thank you very much, Kevin and Justus. Did I hear?
Yes.
When is it pronounced Justus? Sometimes it's pronounced Justus. When is it? In the morning, in the afternoon?
So in the morning, it is Justus. In the evening,
My first.
Justus.
Justus.
Because you are tired.
I see a point of departure, Kevin, from where we started. I think the first presenter was moving us into kind of a bottom of the pyramid approach, concentrating on agriculture and where we should engage the community and where we should give the protection. My first point of departure, though your submission is a reality, when you talk about lack of capacity, and the example is inability to write those hard oil risks. My point of departure is in context, in that I think when we look up there, away from where we said in the morning, our efforts are diverted. I think there are some low-hanging fruits. There are some middle range or low range areas where we can engage. So I don't want to persuade you to shift from that focus, but then to implore you that I think we find a balance, because oil is still far. We've been talking about oil in Uganda for 30 years. We expect it next year. But cars are increasing on the road. Number of phone lines are increasing. And I think as a reinsurers, we would be coming in to assist us on these risks that already exist. Sometimes the oil might be like waiting for Jesus 2024 years now. And we are still hopeful he will come, which we do believe. But we have a real challenge of protection on our hands. It even becomes a more complicated when I see your engineering capacity available at $50 million. Now, if you know our penetration, one of our challenges of penetration is technical capacity. As Continental Re, should you be looking at $50 million, or is there a plan? Otherwise, it will go to your last point of externalization, because you have nothing to do. I think the markets here would be looking at Continental Re saying, yes, come what may. Be it 500, be it 600, they're going to do it. What we see on a day-to-day, the referral process actually ends up saying we are unable to place it. What is so special then with those European reinsurers who are able to take it? I've forgotten where I started, but I hope I've said something. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comment and contribution that also has a number of questions in them, but you can decide to sum it up and comment on the comment.
Yes, Kevin will, I think he will speak on one, and then I can add up.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Just to take you back to the presentation, oil and gas was being used as an illustration of the types of risks that are typically externalized. I must reiterate that agriculture is something that we actually cover, that we support. And I think we support that in a very big way. The whole purpose of the presentation was to provide a high-level framework, yeah, of identifying those specific pockets of cover that need to be addressed and how they can be addressed, you know, without saying it is agriculture or without saying it is life insurance and that type of thing. So we are trying to put out an approach and not really prescribe the specific insurance lines or specific insurance needs, as we feel those have also been addressed much earlier on. We want to complement the entire discussion and give it a 360-degree feel. Yeah, so that's basically it. But just as then you can take the other questions, yeah.
Addition to that, there is a lot of convergence of thought, in my view, from what Kevin did and what the other presenters did in the morning. I think, I would imagine the only mismatch would have been the example that he did use, but I think the message that we are bringing in as a, as an organization is, you know what, capacity is available, we must innovate, we must use the available technology system now to be able to do what needs to be done to be able to increase the penetration of insurance in the market. Now, you asked a number of questions, but let me just mention on the engineering as an example also. That capacity does not mean in any way, it doesn't say in any way that we will not be able to support risks that are below a certain threshold. It basically offers you an opportunity to say any risk, between $0 and $50 million, Continental Re has a capacity to be able to provide to you that option. That capacity has been built up for the last 9 or so years, since 2015. Why it came up is simply because there was a desire to provide capacity for the infrastructural boom across the continent of Africa. And Continental came up with a subsidiary called Continental Risk Property Services. That basically offers a very good capacity to be able to go out there and then provide capacity, training, and also claims support for those particular clients. So that capacity is not just about reinsurance capacity, it goes beyond that to give you the technical capability, assistance in claim adjustments, support in risk services. We also offer risk advisory, like Kevin was saying earlier. We go out of our way to pay for those risk management services. Wherever the risk is based, we take our clients there, we go there, and then we cover that cost, offering it free of charge to ensure that at least what you're writing is a quality kind of business.
I think just as there's one item that we've not addressed. So, I mean, there are concerns around something like oil and gas, taking 10, 20 years. In our view, that's the nature of economic development. There are some things that take one night. There are some things that take 15 years. And really, Africa has to also change, therefore, and take a long-term view in its planning as well, and when it invests, because it's not about the next financial year. It's about the next 50, 100 years. And those are the types of plans that we must have. Some of these resources require a very long time to be developed to maturity. But along that journey, there are associated risks that could put those projects into jeopardy. And that is where we come in. So the value may not be unpacked to all the participants on the cover. Those that have a long-term view, like reinsurers and insurers and brokers, will finally unpack that value at the end of the project. And what typically happens is these projects that have high spend when managed have equally high returns. So that's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you very much. I hope the conversations are contributing something to your understanding. And thank you very much, Eustace. Yeah, we are getting at that time now. Before you leave, Rita, I'm going to ask you one more time. You did it so perfectly last time. I felt like, why not again? We have a token of appreciation to Continental Reassurance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On the agenda, we only had one last partner to work with, but we'll be moving the presentation to tomorrow. Right now, what's going to happen, we have a small break just for you to stretch, but it comes to the end of our sessions that we have here today. Once we head out, we can also have some photo to remember such a beautiful day. In Kinyarwanda, we have a saying, na photo na chabai. Without a photo, you won't lie to anybody that you were there. So make sure you have some. And we also have some activities that are going to be starting in a few. Those of you who want to engage in two different sports activities, let me check out here. We have some soccer, volleyball, netball, some board games to be part of, as well as some basketball for those of you who have the right height, or even not the height but can get there. All right. Thank you very much. Otherwise, we come to the end of today's session, and we'll be meeting you up in the dinner session now that is going to happen later on. Let me see if I've missed something. Yeah, we have the dinner that is going to be happening right here. I hope you are ready. It's going to be a beautiful moment. It's hosted by Sanlam Alliance, and they are ready to give you a good treat. Dress to impress, okay? If you have your suit and tie, I mean, why not? Why not? Show up and show off. So ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who wish to go back to the hotel and refresh up a little bit, we have buses ready to take us. And for those of you who are around in this hotel, you know the way and where to go. Otherwise, have a good evening and see you later on at dinner. Enjoy your day. Thank you.